Hello there, my name is Sloan, aka Artplebe, and you're watching Tragedy of Theolosion on TotalPartyKiss. Tragedy is a Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition campaign set in a homebrew world inspired by Greek mythology. As a content warning, Tragedy of Theolosion frequently features rough language, violence, and sexual content. As such, viewer discretion is advised. Now let's meet our champions. Kazimir is a Minotaur Barbarian and is played by Andre Rivera. Andre is a freelance illustrator, character designer, and TTRPG performer. You can find him on Twitch and Twitter at Andre Rivera Art. Ragna is a Leonin fighter and is played by Christian McKinsey. Christian is a TTRPG content creator, a Twitch streamer, and a social worker. You can find him on TikTok, Twitter, Twitch, and other places on the internet at @afluffygoomba. Melaena is a variant human rogue cleric and is played by Depth Bonnie. Depth is a TTRPG player and GM, and also edits a lot of our highlight videos for TotalPartyKiss. You can find them on Twitter and TikTok at ChaoticBonnie. Bastian is a variant human wizard and is played by Sloan Smith. Sloan is a stream producer, graphic designer, and TTRPG performer. You can find them on Twitter, Twitch, and TikTok at Artplebe. Finally, your dungeon master and guide through Gaian will be Serenity P. Serenity is a TTRPG lover, content creator, and voice actor. You can find her on TikTok, Twitch, and Instagram as Clickety-Clack-Snack, and on Twitter under ClickClackSnack. Once again, our content warning, Tragedy of Theolosion often contains rough language, violence, and sexual content, so viewer discretion is advised. Thank you so much for watching, and now, on with the show.
We're live!
Of course he didn't.
No.
Of course he didn't.
No.
This is my
I do my
evil.
countdowns. I counted all the numbers.
Yeah,
I counted all the numbers.
No, you do not.
Sometimes
Next-
I do. I just speed through them.
When we come back from the break, I'll do it for real. I'm so sorry.
No, you won't.
Should be.
I will.
We'll see.
I swear on my life, I'll count all the numbers.
Oh no, that's just.
Wait, which numbers? Which numbers?
Hey,
Hi everybody, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much, Soundtail, for our beautiful vibes tonight. We
Yes.
love you.
thank you for the vibes.
If you want vibes to your game, you should go check out Soundtail.
Yes,
That's it.
They're wonderful. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Tragedy of Theolosion. I didn't realize until I got on this call that I am in some manic form of fuckery. So we'll see how today goes.
Oh.
Oh no. Welcome to Tragedy of Theolosion. We've all been introduced, so we can just get right into the why
Recap.
yeah, why are you pointing? Oh. No, he's just pointing and I'm like, why?
Because you always do the recap.
I'm going to. First, I did want to mention, because I haven't been mentioning the past couple episodes, there is a content warning, which definitely should have. I know it went off
Daphne?
last episode. Huh?
Yeah.
Daphne?
Daphne?
I wish we could get through one fucking intro.
Impossible. Impossible.
No,
You are-
man.
You are asking for too much. You are asking for too much, Dawn.
Okay.
This show has a content warning.
Yeah.
There's violence. There's stealing. There is crude language and also horniness.
We got some
That is also
awoogas.
included. We got a lot of awoogas. That's included in the intro, so you don't even have to worry about it. But
Oh,
just saying it
cool.
one more time.
Wonderful.
Yes.
All right, last episode on Bing Bong Fuck Your Mom. We started with... I don't know, you guys.
My God.
So
What
last
planet are
time-
we on? Zalios right now?
Something like that.
Yeah, yeah. That's
We're on
what
Zarios. Fuck your life.
on Zarios, fuck your life.
Bing bong.
Bing Bong.
Bing and bong.
What would you say if you could talk to Aphrodite right now? What's up, baby? Take me out to dinner. Wait, whoa.
Hey yo.
Hey, yo!
You didn't beg me as a John. What's my name gonna be for you to beg me?
Okay. Last episode, we started off with fuck. There was a lot of stuff
There was.
that happened. So we're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna do little chunks and maybe out of order, like always, and we'll figure it out as we go, as we always do. Melaena came back from her time with her brother, and still pretty high. Came back to the tower, and then went, I want to play hide and seek with the most annoying thing we found on this planet. And then they started looking for Enigma. As this was happening, Kazimir, Ragna, and Enigma left Apollo's vacation home to come back, kind of make a plan of what they were going to do that day, since they had the huge chunk of platinum and gold. As they're talking, they hear little whispers of Enigma everywhere and find a smiling Melaena, which is terrifying and confusing. And immediately, her and Enigma went to go play hide and seek. Kazimir and Ragna went off to town to do some business. And while they were doing that, Melaena and Enigma got into a little bit of heavier stuff than we thought. Melaena found out that Enigma has items from each of the party members from the beginnings of before they started this journey, which is really fucking creepy and confusing. Part of it being a couple things for Kazimir, one being a piece of wheat from his homeland, but another one being a scale from his dragon soul sorcerer girlfriend. To which Melaena went, you should give him that, and she went, bet. It was Melaena's turn to hide, and Melaena went to go hide where Bastian was doing some heavy-duty, hardcore paperwork.
Motherfucking taxes, y'all!
401k's up in this bitch.
Get your 401k done! You know what I'm saying?
Bing bong.
Bing bang!
Okay. Oh my god, okay. Those TikToks have been ruining my life. Not in a worse way, just I can't focus. Anyway. Melaena went and hid where Bastian was doing some work. Well, first Kazimir went, hey, you want anything? And Bastian went, a muffin? And a conversation. Melaena snuck in all giggly and happy and playful and shit, which was confusing and weird. And Bastian's like, what the fuck? And then Melena's like, hide me, and took the spot that was not the obvious spot under the desk, although it would have been funny. But we're proud of them for being mature. In flies Enigma, asking if Bastian had seen a smiling redhead around. Bastian says, no, and wins the deception check. And immediately starts to deceive this poor little fairy dragon that he's dying of color dyslexia. Which she just breaks down. She doesn't have a good time taking that news. She begins to spill some details that she has those items from everyone. Bastian's like, what the fuck? And then Enigma goes, okay, bye. And leaves to go give Kazimir the present. Kazimir and Ragna have gotten to the city and went to a wonderful blacksmithery forge and shop that is owned by a dwarf and her wife, a very tall, kind of like not there completely elf. They leave the keys with the two and head off to go into town to let them do their work. Ragna and Kazimir do a fantastic job and get most of the gold and most of the platinum from the little orb ingot blobular thing they had.
The hunk.
A hunk.
A hunk of metal that was turned into a hunk of metal from the winnings that Kazimir got, right? We know that, right?
And from being struck by lightning. Yes.
And from being struck by lightning.
Struck by odd-colored lightning.
Pink lightning.
Pink lightning. It was very frightening.
Ranger.
I can't focus with all these gays talking. I swear.
Sorry. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I'll
keep
stop being
talking.
gay.
No. No.
Would you rather be straight or never be able to speak again?
Never be able to speak again. No contest. Then people wouldn't find me annoying, so it's a win-win. Anxiety and win. It's okay, and I could also learn sign language, and I could bug people that way. Anyway, so I could learn Morse code. That'd be even worse. Anyway. They get most of the stuff from the hunk of winnings, except for this little piece in the middle. That's a pretty good sized chunk of probably about a third of what they've earned, a third to a fourth. That is not melting down. It's not separating. They have no idea what's going on. Yes, a medal. Yes, depth.
I'm doing my shit in the chat so I don't distract you, but I can't fucking win apparently.
It was a medal, and I went. So this doesn't help. They go into town a little further to the marketplaces to go get muffins, but also to go see if they can figure out from the blacksmith what the fuck this thing is. It seems like a new kind of metal, and also to return the keys. They find 3 floating muffins running away from the muffin shop, and find Enigma stealing muffins. Which soon turns into this whole collaboration of, I have a gift to give you, but first let's go get cheesy bread. And then Kazimir pulled the most betraying thing that's ever been done in D&D, and they went and got cheesy bread, but he ate it. He ordered black coffee at a McDonald's with his kids in the car. It was wonderful. She ends up giving him the gift, to which he responds a lot better than I thought he was going to. So we're good with that. And she goes, okay, I'll meet you guys back there, bye! And she runs back to the tower. Ragna and Kazimir have a wonderful heart-to-heart about friends and trusting and communication. So hopefully that will help. Kazimir, you had a talk. Hopefully it'll help out, please. They give some commission and the keys back to the head of the blacksmith forge, and begin to head back towards the tower. At the tower, Melaena took a nap and everything was fine, which is odd, and has begun to dwindle from her high.
That is weird.
So weird. Getting a rest, like a restful sleep. Can't believe it.
Very nightmares.
What's up with that? What the fuck is up with
Weird.
that? I don't like that.
Weird, huh?
Zeus, what's up, dude? Bing bong.
I saw, dude. Never mind, that's Poseidon. Bastian and Melaena have a little talk, and Melaena leaves just as Enigma's coming in. Enigma
Melaena leaves after Enigma comes in because she.
Oh, that's right.
I gave the scale and she was like, "Oh, gotta go."
Yeah, Melaena goes to hide after Enigma goes, "Oh, he loved the gift," and she goes, "No," and leaves. After giving Bastian the worst muffin that she could find and trying to not give him cheesy bread, to which Melaena tricks Enigma. So much trickery today. Bastian has the wonderful idea I never fucking thought of and goes, what if we detect thoughts?
To be clear, it was not my idea. It was my co-player's idea, and I simply took that under advisement because
okay, I only
Sloan,
heard it.
dumb.
We are collectively smart.
It was everyone's
We
idea.
have one brain cell.
One brain cell.
But we shared it.
It's fine.
Technically, it was our idea. Comrade.
Everyone's a brand because I didn't think of it.
Brain cell, yes.
I love communism.
D&D communism. You're solid.
I fucking love it.
Oh my god.
But anyway, so, everyone made this idea except for me because I didn't fucking think about it, and they outsmarted me and went, what if we detected thoughts on this little fucking annoying fairy dragon? And went bet. Enigma was more than happy to try to do what they could to help. And in the midst of their memories, which was a large forest that was very obviously coded in a way that you could tell where memories were lost, what memories were new, from smaller trees and dead trees to much larger trees. The fuller the brush, the more remembering there was in that memory. And Bastian went and found the largest tree and saw a small glimpse of the Titan Wars. Which was overwhelming. Then turns to hear a crying woman and sees this woman that's in tune with nature, about 50 feet tall, just sobbing in a fetal position. When Bastian asks who they are, she responds with, I don't know, and is kicked out of Enigma's head, who is now crying and balled up on the desk. Bastian, you've actually been flung back quite a bit. The chair that was behind the desk, it definitely had some rudimentary wheels. You were definitely pushed back into that chair and kind of rolled back towards the bookshelves. You're feeling, from where your hand was sitting on Enigma's head, you're feeling this like TV static kind of like tickle that's really numb and unsettling and uncomfortable. And it's kind of going up your arm. Once it hits your elbow, it starts to kind of dissipate.
Fuck. Not again. Oh, shit. He's gonna push himself off the ground and go towards Enigma with his hands held out, like, shit. What's wrong with you?
She... I don't know. Maybe you just triggered something super traumatic in her past. Who knows?
I'm trying to figure it out.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation or a medicine.
Just start shaking him. What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
Give me some answers, damn it.
I'll give you something to scream about. What the fuck?
Oh, Christian. Ooh, I felt that in my family.
Me too.
I rolled garbage, but I've got a really great investigation modifier, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 on that investigation.
What'd you roll?
A 4.
Oof.
Damn.
So you're looking, and on the only thing that's really hinting to what's going on is that they're clutching their head. Their eyes seem to be closed, and they're just kind of whimpering. Tail kind of balled up, but they don't really seem to be responding. They're just hoping.
Damn it. Shit. Fuck. Okay. Oh, do I have anything? Don't cry. Do you want... I'm not gonna give this baby dragon drugs. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
I mean, what a great way to start the episode. Here, baby dragon, snort this.
What? How did we come to this conclusion, Sloan?
She's crying. He doesn't know what to do. This is a child.
What a pristine opportunity to hook someone on something.
You started out young.
You get him vulnerable.
Check for me
and
real
hope-
quick, like a history. Or...
Oh my god, I'm rolling very poorly. I rolled a 5. That's a 10 for history.
Throw out your dice.
I'll put that one down.
Dice.
I only rolled it twice. Okay, all right.
I said or investigation.
13.
Enough. You know the coloration of a fairy dragon shows their years.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of remember it as a spectrum going from... Hang on, let me pull it up real quick.
Yes.
It's a rainbow spectrum.
Yes.
Does it go from purple to red?
I mean,
Yellow, green, red, blue, blue, blue.
blue, 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 blue.
Roy Biv, my friend and yours?
Yellow, orange, red, red.
Well,
So it goes from, starting with the warm colors is the youngest, ending with violet being the oldest.
she's purple, isn't she?
She's blue.
She's blue.
Damn.
And you know that they turn violet at about 51-ish years old.
51.
You got mom's memories.
Just to give you a spectrum of possibly where on age, because red, yellow, orange, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet.
Okay. So she's like 30 years old.
Ish.
Okay. I don't know how this knowledge that's popping into my head is supposed to.
Well, no, I tell you because you're like, this is a baby, and I went, hold up, not a baby.
Okay, all right. Well, she's just.
Baby, it's fine. I'm just.
I
telling
understand.
you.
Hey, I hear you. Okay. Oh shit. Melaena. Melaena.
Well, I was running down to talk to Kazimir, but I guess I'm double backing and going back.
Well,
You're
you might not
running?
be able to hear him. He's gonna scoop up the baby dragon, and I can't believe I have to leave my paperwork for this. And he's gonna run after Melaena, beating feet down those wooden planks, baby.
At this
And
point,
it's just gonna.
Melena's probably. Where would you go hide?
I wasn't hiding. I was going to find Kazimir.
Oh, okay. So you're probably, because the spell doesn't take that long, you're probably in the banquet hall at this point, and you hear, Melaena, like very softly, door close, tap, 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 and then coming up down the hallway, you can look up at the banister, where the doorway is, and you see Bastian cradling Enigma.
Melaena. She's crying.
What happened?
Well, you're still high, so you're still happy. Right?
Becoming a little less so.
Okay. He's going to, I'll tell you in a second. Just, he's gonna go down the steps. Do you have anything that can help this?
A crying dragon.
Yes.
Okay, Melena's gonna hold out her arms. Is Enigma responsive at all? If I try like calling out their name, like, are they responsive or are they just like flat out just crying?
At this point, they are probably more so, I'd say, kind of in their head. You can see them kind of like wince, not like in pain, but in like recognition that someone is responding, and like there's like a little bit of movement maybe in response. But right now they're really in their head.
Okay. And Melaena will start singing a lullaby.
Can I have you make a performance check for me?
I have a -2 charisma.
I know.
Jesus.
Hard those hard flat notes. Let's go.
Sir, that's an 18. I rolled a natural 20.
It's a natural 20 then. Yeah, no. If it's a natural 20, it's a natural 20. Unless it's higher, then we want to know the number, but don't worry about it. Bastian, you see Melaena just get into this zone and begin to sing. There was a lullaby that Irene used to sing sometimes as you were falling asleep. And she just kind of stroked your hair. It was more just like a loving, not really to make you sleep, just she was a very happy sing-songy person. So she would just kind of hum this, and you remember it perfectly. While you're still in your good mindset, you're able to recreate it and put as much love into it as you remember being put into it for you before. And you do see Enigma kind of unstiffen and begin to cuddle in, rather than just into themselves, but into you. And their tail wraps around one of your arms. And she's kind of...
Are you okay?
I don't know.
Okay, would you like some food, water?
Wait, food.
Food, okay.
I don't know where the kitchens are. Is there still breakfast out from the morning? Because we're in the dining room, right?
Yeah, but it's been a long while. There is cheesy bread from where they originally were, and then there are, they bragged about it. There are a couple muffins in their satchel.
Oh.
Probably I'll try and give them some of like my rations maybe, because I don't know about their food in the satchel.
That's fair. What kind of food do you normally keep? Like, do you have like, is it just gonna be like basic things, or?
I probably would have like basic rations, but I probably also would have like maybe grabbed some fruit from breakfast this morning to keep in my bag.
The fruit's going to be what she's going to go for. The sweeter things is what she's going to. She takes one of the really light colored fruit that is more unusual than the regular fruits, more of the desert fruit, as she begins to like chew on it, as she's just curled up like a small house cat that you just gave,
So
like some chicken or something. Just
all right, while they're distracted with the food, Malena's gonna turn back to Bastian. What happened?
I thought that maybe we could get some answers if I just took a little look inside their memories. So I did a little magic, the same magic that I did on you and Sedima and that creature in the ice palace, and went for a walk. It was very different in there. Very different. And I don't quite know what I saw, but I need to tell you all about it at earliest convenience, obviously, after the baby's done crying. But it was weird as fuck.
Right, okay, well...
Oh, but then the thing that happened was I saw, like, a giant woman in her head, and the giant woman was crying, and I said, "Who are you?" And the woman said, "I don't know," and then I was ejected from her brain, and when I got up, she was crying, so...
Interesting. Right, yeah, Melena's just gonna, like, keep on just, like, comforting Enigma until she seems good enough to, like, set her down.
Yeah, after, I'm probably gonna say while you guys are talking and she's had some time to breathe and a little comfort snack, She's pretty much self-contained, little sniffles here and there, but she seems a lot better.
Right.
We should probably find the other two. Do you know if they're back yet? They were supposed to bring me a muffin like hours ago.
Well, if Enigma went and gave Kazimir the scare, then I assume they would be back if they traveled back with Enigma.
Great. Let's go find them so we can talk about this.
I did roll a D100, and like clockwork, you're 2 flights down, so you guys have a second to talk about anything before you get up to the floor.
Oh, the two of
Kazimir
us?
and Ragna?
The two of us?
Mhm.
What were we doing? Okay, if memory serves.
If you need to mention anything before you get there.
I think all Ragna will say is, I think getting this variety pack of muffins was the best idea. I don't think just getting them a plain muffin will do anything. It feels like it's a little basic, you know?
The choice paralysis is intense when you go to a bakery, so
Especially it's one that fancy, you know? It's a lot. They're just so happy to see you. You're like, oh, I don't know.
hopefully
Critical
you will.
roleplay moment here.
It's about the little moments.
It is.
All the little times.
You two get up to after a long while of walking, which is much different because going down the stairs, pretty easy. Now you're going up the stairs. And you get to the last landing. You open the door. You're able to catch your breath. You walk in to the banquet and you see Bastian and Melaena. Melena's holding Enigma like a little baby. And immediately Bastian says, "We should go find them." Turns. Ta-da!
Perfect timing.
Hades?
Wait, what?
I said speak of the Hades.
Oh,
Speak of the Hades, Jesus
speak of the Hades.
Hi. Welcome back.
We got your muffins.
Thank you so much. I was about to ask, but yes. We need to talk because things have happened.
Is everything okay?
Cuts a glance over to Enigma. Everything's under control. We should go to the bedroom.
Okay, sure.
Yes, we should go to the bedroom.
Okay.
Let's start going to the bedroom.
Lead the way.
Yeah.
Get in there, close the door behind.
Xerxes is still in his little nest.
Xerxes is-
Oh, absolutely. It's a lot more constructed now because he fixed it.
Amazing.
But he's in there and he just glares.
Oh, don't look so cross.
He glares when he sees Bastian. And he just kind of sits up straight. You can tell he's very proud of his nest. And he just goes back to breeding and just ignoring you all, like always.
I love this bird. God damn it. I love this fucking bird.
I love his simple validations that he's like, look. Okay,
Look
go
at my
away.
nest.
Behold.
You may look at it.
You may
Once.
look at it. You may
Now
gaze.
turn away.
Gaze
Only
upon
one
my work
blink.
and tremble.
Right. I'm not going to suggest that we get into the closet again, because whatever, but I cast a spell on Enigma because I was attempting to get more information, because she kept telling us about Mom, doesn't know who Mom is, whatever, we couldn't figure it out. I used the same magic that I used to look at Sedima's memories and Melena's memories and the Yeti's memories. I used that. When I went inside of her mind, it's always different. It's always different, but I don't know. Something about this, it was like a forest,
all of the most recent memories were smaller, like they were newly planted trees. And some of them had some kind of disruption, like noise, that I couldn't see through. Anytime I saw you all in Apollo's house with Aphrodite, and there was a bunch there. And anyway, I went further in. As I went further in, the trees got bigger, older memories. And then some of them started to lose their leaves, like they were dying. And I saw a huge tree in the middle. It only had a couple of leaves left. So I went to it and I put my hand on it, and I saw nothing, but on top of the nothing, there was like a war. I saw Zeus, but he looked young. I saw his brothers, and they were all bleeding from wounds, bleeding gold. And I saw something massive, huge, way bigger than Zeus or anyone around him. And he called Zeus his son.
The Titan War. You saw the Titan War.
I saw a big fucking guy, and I watched him covered in ropes and vines, chains, like they were trying to hold him down. And I heard time slow. And then I was booted out, and I turned around, and there was a giant woman, about 50 feet tall, and her hair was vines, and her eyelashes were vines, and she's very tan and naked, and she was just crying. And she asked me who I was and what I was doing there, and I told her, and then I asked her who she was, and she said, I don't know. And at that point, I was thrown out of the dream, literally thrown. I ended up across the room on my ass, and when I got up, Enigma was crying, and I couldn't get her to stop crying, so I went to find Melaena.
Serenity, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Would Kaj know what Demeter or Persephone look like, or how they're depicted?
You would know depictions. Demeter was normally depicted as one of the older women of mythology, like a motherly figure. Normally depicted in almost this half and half. Half of her is this like wheat colored hair with tan skin, beautiful, almost like sunset garments, almost like looking like a harvest, while the other half that looks like it's kind of almost morphed in begins to look like winter. And her hair is slicked back against her head like she's been in a blizzard, frostbite beginning to appear on the other side. That's how she's normally depicted. Her clothes are more grayed, and it's more like the two sides of Demeter are normally combined into one for worship. And Persephone is actually someone who has a lot of different depictions, as she's one of the, like, I wouldn't say younger goddesses, but definitely more jovial. She has a lot more ways she'll come about. But her most frequent one is a halfling-sized woman with extremely long and braided back brunette hair. There are just flowers in it everywhere. She has on this dress that looks like it's woven from a bunch of different fabrics. And that's normally how she's depicted for the goddess of spring side. She normally looks pretty similar as when she's kind of morphed into worshiping her as the queen of the underworld. And she's wearing a lot more regal clothes, all black. The flowers in her head, in her hair, are instead flowers that depict death instead of just her normal whatever wildflowers. Instead of like a wreath around her head or a laurel, she has a circlet. And she's normally never depicted in that way unless she's beside Hades. But neither of these sound correct.
Okay.
There was another memory where, I mean, it looked like it was from the perspective of Enigma. It looked like it was a first person point of view. But whoever's eyes I was seeing through, they looked down and it was like human feet. Very tan skin, and then they looked up and they were looking at just forest going on forever.
The same tan as the woman?
I mean, yeah, they were both tan, but I mean, I wasn't looking at the giant woman's feet, so I don't know specifically if they were the same feet.
Right, yeah.
This is.
But, yeah.
This is old. My mother talked about it briefly. She and the other primordials stayed out of it. But it was the overthrowing of Kronos, Zeus's father. He can manipulate time.
I don't understand how those memories are in her head, because she is like 35, maybe?
Well, Enigma said that Mom can send her images. Maybe they have some sort of permanent telepathic connection, and you were seeing her memories.
There's nothing in there from Enigma. Nothing that well, there's the Apollo house, but maybe it's all mixed together.
It wouldn't be the first time we've met someone who's not who they say they are, right?
Right. Who is that person? Like, it's like there is a person living in her head.
It would have to be either the children of Kronos or older. I don't know if any of my siblings were around then, but for sure those are the ones that were there. Zeus, Hera, Demeter.
Yeah.
I mean, could you ask your mother about the goddess that looked like the one that Bastian described?
And where she went? Because she's probably missing if she's stuck inside the head of a fairy dragon.
My mother hasn't exactly been a fan of giving me answers as of late. But I can try.
We were also considering visiting Hephaestus at some point, I believe. We could maybe ask him.
Maybe. I wonder if Hera would know.
She was there.
She was there.
She would have had to been.
I wonder if she'll answer me. I can give it a shot.
She might be surprised about what you saw in
I mean, I sure as fuck was surprised by it. Do we think that this is Mom?
It would make sense.
the best we can think of right now.
Our mother came as different natural items and things, so it correlates.
Interesting.
Well, Kronos' mother is Gaia. Kronos.
How much do I know about Gaia?
You can go ahead and roll a history or religion.
Give me that
Gonna
shit.
get different info.
Sorry to
Know
cut
what
you
you
off.
rolled.
Depth.
That's all good. She was just saying that she was just basically going to give a quick summarization of the family tree that she knows. So Kronos was birthed from Uranus and Gaia. Kronos married Rhea and gave birth to Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, and Hades.
There was one more.
Who's the other one?
Do you want me to tell you?
Hestia?
Hestia.
Hestia.
Sorry. I got a. I'll do my history and religion will be the same for either of these. So. What do I want? What do I want? Let me get a religion check, and that's a 21.
Ooh, spicy. Love it. What you know about Gaia? Gaia is one of the first primordials. The world was named after her, Gaian, derived from her. She's the mother to a lot of life. Nyx and Gaia probably have produced the most children out of the feminine presenting primordials. But for Nyx, it was a lot of like death domain, a lot of people who went to the underworld. For Gaia, it was a lot of the ones that are known, far more known now. Well, except for, Titans, because can't talk about those. But any gods or relation that way would be ones that would be known throughout more of Gaia in itself. She is normally depicted as any type of nature. She has been known to communicate in most any way that has to do with Earth. There's a lot of speculation that she is the Earth itself, and that she's the only primordial that still has her hands in the middle of things. That's a religious speculation at this point. She has had a lot of kids. But also in her words and how people, when they do worship her, she's like one of the base deities. You're like, yeah, definitely worship her. Everyone is her child. She treats everyone the same way.
Okay. Melaena, what was the thing that when we were asking about Enigma's mom, Enigma was like, she's your mom too, and your mom too. And your mom too. To all of us. But then for you, it was like, not really?
Well, my mother's a primordial, Nyx. Her siblings are Gaia, Uranus, and another one that I can't remember.
There's a couple.
There's a couple, hang on.
You would know them, I'll just tell you. Eros. And Tartarus.
Tartarus, yeah.
And Chaos is technically the parental of all the primordials, but is also held in the same regard.
If mom is most everyone's mom, Gaia is like nature shit, I will eat my shoe if that is not Gaia. I won't. It's a very nice shoe, but
It would make sense.
what would she be doing in a dragon's head? And why is no one concerned about this?
What would
She's
she be
missing, right? She would be missing.
Someone is
What would
missing.
she be doing telling a fairy dragon to keep an eye on us? What interest does Gaia have in us?
Beyond the fact that we've been burdened with a divine job.
There's tons of champions out there.
Okay, well, we're special. And I think that, you know, we had, like, Hermes came to us and was like, go do this thing with weird creatures. Maybe it has something to do with the weird creatures that are popping up. I don't know, maybe she's supposed to be, like, maybe a part of the Earth or, like, the planet itself or whatever. Maybe she, like, makes sure no weird, scary shit comes jumping out of the dirt beyond, you know, bugs. So maybe she's been put inside somebody's brain, and now all those things are getting out.
Wait, you said Enigma was crying, right?
Yes, heavily.
Enigma, is she Enigma with us?
Enigma, when you look, has actually like lightly fallen asleep. But is kind of like in and out of consciousness. Like they're really like trying to listen, but they're like. You say Enigma.
Why were you crying when Bastian?
My head hurt really bad, and then I just had this feeling that something was wrong, and then I hurt really, really bad.
Was it just a sensation, or was there any flash of anything?
I saw big guy. Cronus. Saw big guy.
You saw Kronos?
Mm-hmm.
Does it hurt to think about that?
No. And Zeus was there too. Zeus was ripped.
He's still irritatingly ripped.
For him.
So
Don't compliment him.
maybe the pain come from
Noticing that something's wrong?
Oh no. Did you do something weird in my head?
What were you saying, Devs?
You can send thoughts. You can command Xerxes, correct? As your familiar?
It's new. We haven't really tested it out. But yes?
Could it be? Could someone access your memories through Xerxes?
I fucking hope not.
Xerxes is glaring.
I look at the bird.
He's giving you the same looks back. He's like,
It's not a cleric spell, is it?
Find familiar? I don't think so.
No. Detect thoughts.
no, I think it's sorcerer.
Warlock, wizard.
Whiz hard.
I thought it was a bard spell, to be honest.
It might be a bard spell.
No.
Wizards get all the spells though, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
All souls except healing.
Most
arcane.
Yeah.
Anyway,
But then I think Ragna realizes something and goes, "Wait, you said their names again without messing up.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know their domains as well?
Zeus? Well, at that point, he was just the god of thunder. Now he does thunder and some other stuff, probably. And then the big guy, Kronos, he was like the king of everything. But he was also the god of like time manipulation and some other stuff. But he was just like the big kahuna of Titans.
And again, he recognizes that they're speaking as if they were there. So he recognizes that like they're talking in a tense that's like, oh, I was there. I saw them. I don't want to push them because I don't want to hurt them. But
I said it didn't hurt them to think about it. Keep going until they start crying again.
I don't want to do that. Terrifying thought. What else can you remember now about that incident?
There were a couple other people there, but they were bleeding gold. Which, in reality, is really normal. You guys bleeding red is really weird. Anyway, there
It's
was...
a result of oxidation.
I don't think that's
Who's
right.
that?
Bastian turns to Kazimir and Ragna. When you two were in Apollo's house, what were you talking about? What were you talking about with Aphrodite?
What were we talking about? We were discussing.
Take your time.
Well, we learned that Apollo's house is at Mount Olympus.
Oh,
Mhm.
that's fun.
We also learned that the time limit is not real.
It is a guideline. Aphrodite
guideline.
does want to take us on that tour, maybe.
Okay, all right. What were you talking about?
We were mainly talking about a project that we wanted to do for the party. About trying to get money for your expenses.
Okay. There was a lot of whatever the shit is that is disrupting some of her memories, or mom's memories, or whoever's memories they are. There was a lot of it in that one. So, trying to figure it out. Doesn't make sense. Maybe it's something to do with Mount Olympus. Maybe it's something to do with gold.
We also taught Enigma who Aphrodite was, because she didn't know who she was.
Okay. There was a little bit, because I saw Aphrodite in the memory, when she introduced herself, there was a little bit of static, but it got clearer.
Static?
Yes. It was like static, very crackly.
Is Enigma sensitive to divine sources? Like other gods?
I mean, she was just talking about Zeus and Kronos and it seemed fine.
I have something to perhaps get more information. Not a lot, but I have spells that I don't have access to now. I would have to wait until I slept and talked to my brother about the spells, but I could see if Enigma is actually a fairy dragon.
Oh.
If there's something else.
Oh! I can also do a detect magic. If we want to do that.
Get the basis and then a deep dive. Deep dive.
Well,
That was the other thing I was thinking about doing as well.
if you want to do it, we
I'll
can
have to
wait.
wait till tomorrow, but
I can do it now.
yeah.
I'm gonna do a little detect magic on Enigma. Hold
Okay.
still.
I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh
no.
no no no
Oh,
no
no.
no! Hey, that's not good.
Uh-huh.
What?
Oh no!
I can't roll well.
Hey, get rid of those dice.
I'm rolling a different die. I rolled an 8
Get new
plus 4,
hands.
which is a 12.
Get a new landing surface.
Yes, that's a 12
Get
total.
Get a new luck. Okay. So,
Wait,
yes.
Oh, you can use your potent stuff? 'Cause,
I didn't roll my.
Roll your
my
portent.
I will let you this one time. Go ahead.
Don't forget next time.
Never forget.
I play so many different characters. Okay, I'm supposed to say I'm just gonna roll this before I make the roll. It's okay if we don't sub it.
I'll let you do it this one time because it's been a while since we've been back. I'll give you one free.
Okay. All right. Okay, so that's a 19.
19. So as you detect magic, when you look at Enigma, there is so much, like, you see what looks like magic's clashing and bashing, pretty much all schools of magic, but it's insanely bright. Because you did succeed, you are now blinded for 1 minute. As it hits you in the face and you're just immediately blinded.
The fuck would have happened if I hadn't succeeded Serenity?
I don't know. Oh, wow.
Would I be
wonder.
permanently blind?
I have restoration. It's fine. I could have healed it.
Okay, so Bastian's like, yes, I'll do it now, and begins to trace these circles in the air, and then all of a sudden you all just see him just like stumble backward, like he's getting smacked, and like stumbles to the side, bent over, and just like, fuck me!
What the fuck?
What?
I can't see.
What?
I can't see. Oh my god, that was so bright.
God.
I'm like waving my hand in front of Bastian's face, like
There are tears like streaming from his eyes, and the whites are reddened from like popped blood vessels.
Damn, it got hit with a.
I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds. Probably won't do anything, but I'm gonna cast it anyway.
It will, any HP that would go into him, you can put that into fixing his ego.
Fuck you. Fuck off.
But like in a panic, like with Bastian freaking out, Melena's gonna panic and place her hand on Bastian's cheek. Just hang on, it's me. Shh. And cast Cure Wounds, and you kind of feel kind of like this warm sensation and kind of the smell of lavender very briefly.
I'm still blind.
Any pain that you were feeling in your eyes, you're not anymore. You're just having the after effects of not being able to see. His eyes physically do look better. He stops tearing, and his blood vessels, the whites of his eyes become more white again, like they're.
I was gonna say, do his eyes just look dilated the fuck?
Oh my, there's so much going on. I'm blind. I can't see. There's a lot of magic. A fuck ton of magic. Why are you so magic?
What?
Not even pointing at Finley. Not even pointing at Enigma. You're
The point at Enigma.
Oriented in the complete wrong direction. What the fuck? Do I pick up anything specific, or was it just like...
You picked up, there was a little bit of everything, but but the amount of it was so astronomical. Like, it was like the amount of magic that was compiled into this small little house cat sized thing. It was like a compacting star. It was a lot, but there was everything.
I feel like I just looked at the sun for 10 minutes straight. That dragon is
shouldn't do
fucked
that.
up.
Who's gonna tell him?
I don't have any more magic until tomorrow that could fix this.
It's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Can I'm sure I've seen my case of a blinding accident at the forge with the bright lights. I think Ragna like looks at his eyes. They have not burned completely thanks to this spell, but I'm gonna roll medicine, I guess.
Sure.
Wow, that's actually really solid. I rolled a 19 on the die, so.
You would know everything. Like, you would need to wash out your eyes if there was ash. You want to make sure that you're not using water, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
This looks all contained and magically done. That is not something that you're very used to doing. That's more like your sister's motif.
Right.
But you know that they're blinded, but you see slowly that their eyes are beginning to undilate. So they are slowly you can see that they'll probably be returning to normal.
I'd give it like maybe like 2 minutes, maybe 3.
Okay.
You'll be fine. Just take deep breaths. Just don't panic.
I'm not doing that again, and I wouldn't recommend that anyone else does it.
I can't, so I won't.
Because there's a lot going on there, and I don't know what it is.
He's pointing to Xerxes.
I mean, you did find out that they may have been involved or near the Titan Wars, as Melaena put it. So I would imagine some kind of magical bullshit.
Well, yes, I just wasn't expecting that.
Good enough.
Okay. Can someone put me on the bed, please? I just want to sit down.
No, not that intensely.
It's gonna guide him to the.
Yeah.
You begin to guide Bastian, and Kazimir goes, shoot.
We'll like pull you up on your feet and then just like guide you.
We've had a long day. Why don't you go lay down?
What time is it?
I don't know. It's night. It's hard
It's
to
probably
tell.
like 6 o'clock.
It's hard to tell in a tent.
I can't be blind. I need to do paperwork.
You're not going to be blind.
You're not going to be blind.
Kazimir, you see Xerxes kind of move over in his nest a little. Makes a little room.
Alright. Here you go. Xerxes is to your left, okay?
Grip.
Right around the neck.
It's like you grab like his face or like his tail. And then you just like hear the flapping and feel the wind around you.
Softly
okay.
pet
All right.
for just a grip on the back this time.
No, that's fine. Yeah, he settles and then he goes, you do remember you can use me to look and see.
Oh,
Correct?
fuck. No, I forgot.
I knew you were blind. I didn't know you were dumb.
What are you talking
up.
to?
Damn.
I am gonna phase into Xerxes. His eyes glow gold.
Xerxes looks at you just how you are. He's like, look at how pitiful you look. Maybe don't do that again.
Damn.
And he looks over to the party, and Enigma's just sitting there. Some fruit.
They look confused.
Bastion's catatonic.
They look confused or concerned, or they just looking.
They kind of have their normal, just blasé, like, look.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I have to be in Bastian's body to talk, so I'll go back. So, what now? What's the plan?
You need to rest.
I will sit here until I regain my sight, and then I do need to finish that paperwork. I do, but other than that, it seems like it's only 6 o'clock. There are a couple hours left in the day. Should we call our people
to get them inside the tent?
What tent?
The city?
The city?
Oh, yes. I guess it is kind of a big tent.
At this point, you're starting to get your vision back. It's slowly but surely, and now it's just kind of like you're seeing like double.
Ugh, hateful. Okay. Okay. I'm going to sit here.
Okay.
Should we call our host and see if we can get our friends into the city proper?
Oh, shit! Yes, those. I'm sorry. When I said people, I was talking about our gods. No, we should definitely get them. I thought they were already coming.
No, we were out working on acquiring more gold.
Oh, fuck. Well, then yes, they should definitely come inside.
We can do that.
Right? I'll be here.
Okay.
Or in the library.
Just seeing Bastian sitting on the bed, just
Holding
not trying
Xerxes.
not trying to move at all. like at the end of at the end of a roller coaster, you're just not moving. It's just like
Honestly, I'm imagining like really when you're in that really drunk state where you get to the bed, you lay down and everything's spinning, so you're holding on to something so it all stops.
Oh, Jesus.
oh jeez.
I've never been on a roller coaster, so.
So
We can fix that.
You can fix
Yeah.
that soon. Yeah, definitely.
You don't need a roller coaster.
We have a nice
down
baby
under.
roller coaster. Don't worry.
we'll find one when you come to America. We'll find the biggest, best.
We have
Those
one
are
roller
most
coaster, and I know exactly where it is.
Unless you sit passenger seat to me for 5 minutes. I got you for 5 minutes.
5 minutes of playtime.
All right. So what do we want to do? Do we want to call gods? Do we want to get the boys? What do we want to do?
Get those
Well,
boys.
After making sure that Bastian's okay, Melaena is going to try and catch Kazimir's eye and just kind of mouth like, "Can I talk to you?" and just like point out the door.
Yes. And just kind of heads in the direction.
I think with the passive, I think Ragna just like taps him on the arm, just like it'll be okay.
Yeah.
Just one final
Absolutely.
friend pat.
I have a high stealth, bitch. You didn't see shit.
Did you stealth it? Unless you
No.
did.
Fucking stealth right now, bitch.
Okay.
You
Damn.
bitches.
You're so
are
aggressive about being secretive.
So
It's just
aggressive.
talking. I'm gonna
Yeah.
leave the room. You're gonna know.
That's 22, bitch.
That's
That
still
doesn't
24 passive.
Yeah, it doesn't beat the passive.
Yeah, it doesn't beat the passive. Ragna's a monster. He's the BBEG.
I was gonna say if you stealth it, Kazimir's not gonna see it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna notice.
Well,
His
you want
passive is
Kazimir to see it, then
13.
he can't be
Serenity, you're finding plot holes in my competitiveness. Shut up.
This isn't a PvP game. It's not this part. Maybe in like 5 minutes after your talk, but not this part.
Anyway, we leave the room.
Just. I talk to you.
Can we talk real quick?
Oh, uh-huh.
Melaena.
They leave the room. Yes.
The giggles now.
So, sorry. This is such an intense RP moment we thought about for like 5 weeks.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, Melaena will leave the room. I'm hopefully completely sober at this point, yes? Okay, good.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me, speaking of which, go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no. Oh yes, that's a 17.
Oh.
Hey, you don't get physically sick, which is great. You're starting to get through those kind of like that withdrawal process. This is really strong. You've had this effect going on for a long time. So like you're definitely like you feel a little sick to your stomach, but it's not awful. The biggest turnover is going to be that, and you can role play this as you'd like. You know how when you forget to take your medication, like you feel great, and then you don't feel very good.
Okay.
Not feeling too hot right now. But role play that as you would like. I'm not gonna tell you you have to be sad. Just go off, bitch.
I was hoping to talk to you before Enigma found you. Kazimir, I was hoping to say this before you found out. When Enigma told me that he had everything from all of us, my first thought was that you deserve to have those things. And you needed to have those and not have them be held by some stranger. So, I'm sorry.
It was very scary. Yes. I know you were under the influence of something, but it's all right. I'm glad I at least know about it now. So it was just the only thing she gave me was this scale and some chaff, the wheat. Was that all of it?
Yeah.
Does she have other things from Weevil?
She has a turkey feather from Bastian. And a tooth from Ragna from when he was building armor for Vantus. And fabric from Irene.
Gods.
Apparently, her mom told her that she needed it to become friends with us so that she could remember us.
I had something else I wanted to for me to apologize for. When I had left my post to during the night when you were sleeping, and I know that is something you are nervous about. I'm sorry I made you uncomfortable. I did want to talk to you about that, maybe.
Also,
You were fine. I know. I know you have trauma around it, but I don't know how much longer we will be able to feasibly sleep apart should things get. We were lucky enough to be in a bedroom. God forbid we end up in a cell. But
Kazimir was fine. I was fine, but it is a matter of fact of what if I wasn't? I just.
are you afraid of your body?
No. I'm afraid of the lengths that a god will do to get petty revenge. This curse wasn't even meant for me. I did nothing. This was to hurt my brother. That's it. And hurting me hurts him. Hurting me means hurting you, and Bastian, and Ragna. If it's by my own hands, then that's, I guess, easy.
Do you think you could kill us?
You, probably not.
If that happened, I'd stop you first. If you tried Ragna, God knows what Echo would do. And Bastian, he might die, but I would stop you. You wouldn't. You're not unstoppable. You know that.
But you weren't there to have stopped me. If it did.
I know.
Bastian was right there.
I know. And that's my fault. But we can... If you want, we can work on you sleeping in proximity to the rest of us. I know us all sleeping in the same bed is a leap, but I don't want you to think you are alone in struggling with something that causes you to do things beyond your capabilities.
You know, I actually have hope for the first time in a long time. You know how I was not myself earlier? I slept. I didn't have a single dream. So there's hope.
That's good. I have hope as well.
Thank you. You're a good friend.
You don't have to say that.
And yet I did.
Kazimir is like very visibly uncomfortable.
Thank you for being open.
I think I need to at this point.
It's hard being closed off, lonely.
Yeah.
Well, we
It's
should
hard.
we should
go.
probably, yeah. All right. Well, I know Ragna and I were thinking of going to see Hephaestus. When we get back, perhaps we could go and grab Drachnos and Finley and Leto, if you wanted to go.
Yeah, I might talk to my mother.
Okay.
But I'm not sure how long that will take, or if that will be.
All right.
Yeah.
Kazimir gives a very dad pat on the shoulder.
Dog.
a very good talk, son. Pat.
Dog.
Melena's just kind of like gonna like rest a hand on top of like Kazimir's, just like very like, just like squeeze it very softly. I would hug you, but you're much too tall.
You can hug my leg. I could pick you up.
Please don't pick me up. I am deathly afraid of heights.
Are you really?
Yes.
That's also good to know. You'd hate being me.
There would be some upsides.
I can see.
What?
You can see. I can see again.
Oh,
Do you think they can hear you?
I thought I would just give it a shot. They're just outside the door.
Louder, yell louder.
No. No.
Why not?
Because I don't want to disturb anyone.
you said you can see?
Guys,
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
that's good. Anyway,
Maybe I should go talk to Hera.
That's a good idea.
that's a good idea.
No, I have to
see.
Yes. Okay,
You have
Xerxes.
the paperwork.
Go
to
finish
do.
your paperwork.
Xerxes, can you see if Hera is available?
Yes, let me just go into my head.
Can you check her
file
reception
through and
book?
see if she's available on her calendar today.
I thought that I was supposed to do scheduling through you.
I don't know. I wasn't told everything, but I can try.
Did I get that wrong? Am I supposed to do it myself?
I don't know. I guess we'll figure that out now, won't we?
Okay. Can you just try?
I said I would.
Okay, perfect. Well, I do need to do this paperwork. You can stay here if you'd like to, but I am going to be in the office. Okay, you tell me, come find me if she gets back to you.
Okay. I'll be in my nest.
Or just... because we can talk to each other now.
Okay.
Do you know how that happened?
No.
Great. Well, I'll be in the library.
You said that 5 times. Go.
All right, I'm going.
Him want some privacy.
Scurry, 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 scurry.
Like a rat back to its cage.
Like a little rat. Rat man.
Xerxes looks over to Ragna and Enigma.
Do you need privacy?
I love this bird. God damn it.
Okay, and Ragna will give them the privacy they desire.
Enigma will follow along.
I'll look for Kosh.
That's pretty easy. You'll find the two. Kind of probably heading on their way back, I would say.
Yeah.
And in Ragna's mind, it's like no one's dead, no one's screaming, no one's crying. It's good. We're good. We did the thing. But on the outside, Ragna goes, I've never actually contacted Hephaestus without going to sleep, so I don't know how this is going to go.
Oh, I didn't know this.
No,
That will make it more difficult.
We'll have to see. I've never had to do it before, so.
Did I see Aphrodite today?
Technically, yes.
Damn.
Why?
I was gonna use the key to just get to Olympus.
You could also just talk to her.
That's true.
That's true.
Remember, she's your point of contact right now until...
That is true.
Oh,
until
right.
Palos.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess I'll just try in the middle of this hall and just
Try it
fucking
out.
hallway.
That's not so bad.
Try and be like, Hephaestus, I have this weird metal that needs to be investigated, and I thought you would be interested.
I don't usually say mine out loud, but you got the gist of it.
Cool. I never played before, so.
It's weird.
It's a weird thing to do.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll a religion for me.
Amazing. That is a natural 20, actually.
Fuck yeah,
Word.
dude.
I love this little cat.
Was Kazimir gonna talk to Aphrodite?
Just to get to Hephaestus, really. That was
Okay.
the goal. Yeah.
Okay.
You sneaky little minx.
Sneaky.
Networking, I guess.
Well, in front of you guys, very similar to how you've seen when you put in the key, open the door, and it creates a door. You see a door appear and open, and you see Aphrodite standing in the doorway. Well, he's actually home today, so if you want to come on in.
That's wonderful, Aphrodite. Thank you.
And is Melaena still there?
No, Melena's gonna go try and talk to her mum by going.
Word. You got it. You're gonna try to go to sleep again?
It's the only way that she can.
All this bitch does is sleep.
You've been sleeping a lot today. Are you okay?
I mean, her brother is Hypnos.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
Sometimes those 30-minute naps be hitting different.
There are 3 creatures that sleep 20 hours a day: lions, koalas, and Melenas.
Aphrodite will welcome you two in. Enigma doesn't know where to go, so Enigma kind of lands on Kazimir's shoulder. I'm with you again. Woohoo!
Woohoo.
Oh no, be happy. Say it in a higher pitch. Woohoo!
I don't think that he can go up in a higher pitch.
Okay, I'll just go lower and match the energy. Woohoo! There
That's
we go.
good. That's solid.
Thank you. And you'll all just walk in. We'll get there in a second. We're gonna go ahead. We'll jump to Melaena. Melena's gonna go Betty bye.
It's time for this conversation. They haven't talked
Good
in
luck.
weeks.
They haven't talked in a long
I'm gonna eat this
time,
bread.
and the last time did not.
Not good.
Melaena is going to swallow the pit that is forming in her throat. Just try and ignore the heavy feeling in her chest. And well, thank you for the raid. You're about to something.
Melena's about to talk to her mom, who is Nyx, the goddess of darkness. Woohoo!
And they haven't talked in a while after.
And the last talk was an argument, so.
Haha, parents.
We're bringing you that Thanksgiving realness, baby!
Oh, no. Oh god, okay, yeah. Okay,
You can do it.
let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you gonna go to sleep?
Yep, I'm gonna go to sleep. Think of my mom.
Are you using the bedroom or?
Yeah, I guess I would have to, yeah.
You open the door. Xerxes, eyes closed.
I just place some fruit beside Xerxes. And go lay on, I'm assuming there's like a couch or something that
Oh no,
can just go
the
lay
bed's
down.
huge. He just has like a corner of it taken up.
Okay,
with his
good.
desk.
All right.
You can lay on the bed, especially since you've given him treats.
You paid the ferryman.
You
I
paid the
paid
debt.
the ferryman. I paid
love
the
it.
entry fee.
Perfect. So yeah, no, you couldn't fall asleep. This time going to sleep. Last time was effortless. You just fell asleep. You used to be able to do that. That was a feeling that was really like refreshing. Now you gotta force yourself back to sleep at this point. So I need you to go ahead and roll me a con save.
I didn't think you were actually gonna make them roll to go to sleep. I'm so thrilled that you are.
I am. They've slept a lot today.
I am also hungover.
No, withdrawals can be different though, because depending on what drug you've taken, you can be really antsy and not be able to sleep.
What is ambrosia?
16.
Nectar?
Or nectar. That was it. Yeah.
What is a nectar to anyone, really?
That is not.
I brought a 16. Let's go. Let's go to sleep.
Okay, so you are kind of forcing yourself to go to bed. It's not easy. You're trying to do the normal, count satyrs jumping over a fence. That's not really working. Just little every everything you could think of. It's not easy to go to sleep, but almost like she knew you needed to talk. You're trying to fall asleep and you feel yourself pulled into a sleep. It's very heavy. Like it doesn't feel good going to sleep. It almost feels like you're just forced to. And when you wake up on the other side, you are in a very familiar place. You are in a starry world, where everything is created by constellations and dark clouds and night itself. And you see the back of Nyx that is looking over this kind of created balcony. She doesn't seem to be turning around or noticing you, and she's just staring off. You can see her hair pulling up to form into the darkness and stars, as always.
Hi, Mom.
Melaena.
I need to ask you some questions.
Go ahead.
What do you know about Gaia?
She slowly kind of turns, and it looks like she's been crying since the day you left last time. Her eyes are just red. What do I know about my sister? Quite a bit. Anything special?
Does she have tanned skin and vines for hair?
Gods and primordials can come out in any form they would like to. For example, this is how you know me. This is not how everyone knows me. She can. My true form? You're not ready for that.
No, she was just going to ask if the form was a form, the form that Melaena described was something that was like common, or something that Gaia can't look like.
I suppose. I'm sure she gets bored.
We think she might be talking to a fairy dragon.
Doesn't seem unlike her.
The Bastian cast detect thoughts and found memories of the Titan War.
I see.
From what the fairy dragon has been talking about, it sounds like they are a close companion of Gaia.
Very plausible. So, was it a vision? Or do you know?
Memory, by the looks of it, but the fairy dragon couldn't be older than 35 or 40.
Doesn't seem like Gaia to be placing memories into someone else's head.
If Gaia was telepathically linked to this fairy dragon, could you access Gaia's memories through this fairy dragon?
You mean like a familiar?
Yeah.
No. Different being, different thoughts.
Well, it seems that Guy has taken a special interest in us, if it is her.
Will you say that one more time? I'm so sorry.
She seems that Gaia has taken a special interest in us. Has specifically told this fairy dragon to watch us, take mementos, talk to us.
I mean, it's not impossible. You're her niece. Technically, by her standards, everyone is her child. You're chosen by the gods and the primordials anyway. She seems very dismissive and closed off in her stance. She seems to be having her back to the railing itself, and her arms kind of clutching forward across her chest as she's talking to you.
But why would Gaia want business with us? Is there any reason you can think of?
Talk to her herself. I have no idea.
How would I be able to reach her?
I don't know, plant some flowers or something. I don't know how she talks anymore. I can just talk to her anytime I want. I've never had to tell mortals otherwise how to communicate with her.
Then could you ask her to talk to me then? Or us, as a party?
I do enjoy that the one time you want to come talk to me is for favors.
Sorry. I was trying so hard. but just a symmetry, because it's Serenity in the middle and both Sloan and Andrea going, ooh.
That's a yikes from me, dog.
That's a yikes. Oh, fuck. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Is this a Thanksgiving episode?
I'm exploring options.
Explore a little harder, I guess.
Alright. Melaena kind of has a moment of she looks like she wants to say something, but she stops herself and then she's going to leave.
Are you a coward? I may be a goddess, but I am your mother. I do expect truthfulness. So please, say what you're wanting.
You
Not
expect
like
truthfulness when you lied to me.
For your own good. Parents lie in different ways. Do you believe Santa Claus is real? Do you believe anything else like that? Lies are told consistently. You were going to learn the truth once you were ready.
I feel you have no place in deciding when I was ready or not. I'm my own person.
That's true.
Was I ready when I was cursed by Zeus? Was I ready when I was suffered nightmares? Was I ready when I stabbed Irene 4 times in my sleep?
You're saying all of this like I'm not working to try to fix that. If I had control, I kept you here and kept you safe so that would never happen. And then you decided you needed to walk away.
That is
not my fault.
What was your fault was keeping something from me that was mine.
You're right. You're right. And then what was I supposed to do? Just also show you how to get to the underworld, how to get into Tartarus, how to just go ahead and save your father and die trying? Wrong. Absolutely not. When you were able to, when I gave you the power, which you will earn, to be able to do this on your own, you are going to know everything. There are many things that are above your head, and you're acting like you can take on the world as it is. I can't take on the world myself as it is. You're important, you're special, but you are not everything.
I've just wanted one thing from you. Just one thing. And you haven't given it to me.
Which was what?
Doesn't matter. I would like
It does matter, Melaena. You can't leave until we are done talking.
You can't keep me here. You want to play this game of chicken? Fine. Keep me here.
I gave you your powers. I can take them.
Then do it.
She's going to look down and look back up. If I took your powers, you would be gone.
Guess we'll have to see that, won't we?
I am not playing a hand in your death. When your powers are taken, she stops herself from saying more. Leave. Go. If you do not wish to communicate, fine.
What happened to not being a coward?
I'm not being a coward. I'm being methodical.
What is it about my powers?
I don't know. What's the one thing that you've learned from me or wanted? Looks like we have answers that aren't going to be fulfilled, huh? You can be mad. You have been. That's fine. No matter how angry I am. I'm still your mother, and I do care for you. But damn, do you have your father's temper and words in your mouth. That's the one thing about mortals. They talk and talk and talk. And they don't know everything that's happening around them. You think everything is okay. Or that it's going to be okay. And as someone who can see how things have played before, it's not.
I'm sorry you think that. I'm sorry you have such. You've grown to have such views. I would like to leave now.
Just gestures to the bed.
And I leave.
Fine. You wake up with a splitting headache. And I need you to make me a wisdom save. What?
7.
As you wake up, you remember as your mother was sitting there crying, how she was holding her arms, almost like she was hugging herself. You feel like her arms have come to you in the same way and pulled you into a hug. But in your head, you see a vision. And what you see is you see the night sky. And you see a constellation that is shaped out in a very particular way. You see it shaped into a very similar visage as Enigma. And you see a small one following right behind it. And you're released. All right, we're gonna let them ponder on that for a second. Wanna go to break?
End the
Do we
scene?
wanna go to break?
You can't just end the scene like that.
You wanna go to break?
No.
You're just gonna end it like that? Home slice, home biscuit, home skillet? You're just gonna end it like
I'm not
okay.
at home breakfast? God damn, Christian.
God damn.
Yeah.
Wait,
Um,
do we want a break?
let's go ahead and take a break.
Okay.
Let's take about 10 minutes. Let's let you guys theory craft, as everyone else gets to go use the bathroom, get a drink, whatever the hell you need to do. Thank you for joining us, and sorry you got to see some mommy-daughter issues. That is the most fun here.
Christ. All right, we'll be back in 10. Hang tight, y'all. Bye.
Bye.
We're live.
Hello.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm not a liar. Shit.
Tell me how you really feel.
I told y'all to count us in for real.
It's not that I thought you were gonna. It's not a lie. It's just a fun little joke.
I thought
That wasn't a joke.
I thought
Death did
honestly
not give
that
me a joke.
No, they did not. I thought that you genuinely had already started and we're just counting down.
Oh, just that I just started the stream. I was just like,
No.
Five.
And that would
Five.
be funny.
that was very funny.
Damn. You can't use that now. Hi,
It's too late.
welcome back. So we're gonna go ahead and we are gonna go to our next scene as Melaena stews in her feelings. Okay, there was someone who missed it. I will just give a brief little thing. Melaena went to go see her mother Nyx, and it did not go very well, and not a whole lot of information was given, but a whole lot of fighting happened, like a parental to child fighting. And it ended with a lot of empty threats, but also with Melaena seeing a vision of a figure made out of stars and a smaller version of that kind of like behind next to her. So that's what happened. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna jump to Kazimir and Ragna
What up, dog?
because I don't feel like anything can go wrong. Or it might, I don't know, we'll see.
We'll see.
So you are welcomed into this home. Aphrodite closes the door behind you. This house
Is a mansion. So you step into this area. The door is like pretty normal size. So when you walk in, you're figuring something about the same size as Apollo's home. No. You look out and from where you are, about 60 feet, that's the next wall. You can see that this is an entertaining room. There's fainting couches, there's plush chairs, normal armed couches, ottomans, pillows everywhere in her favorite colors, pink and red. But
Pink and red do not fucking go together, and I am disgusted, Aphrodite. I'm disgusted. That's just my opinion.
They do go together though.
No, they do not. Andre, back me up.
If you go by not color wise, no, but if you go
Andre.
by the ideals that Hephaestus most of the time is symbolized by red, and Aphrodite symbolizes herself by pink.
I would take pink and orange. Because at least that's like sherbet, you know?
Well, you're not the god of love and the god,
You're
or
not
the
the
god of
goddess
fire.
of love.
You're not the fucking DM, Sloan.
How about that?
This is a bit. It's a joke. It's a bit. Serenity, I love and respect your world building.
Except for the pillows.
Pillow
All
world.
the pillows are now just gonna be pink and red.
Immersion broke.
I love
all
it.
pillows forever will be pink and
Pink
red.
and red. Big old hearts. Ugly.
Damn it.
It smells strongly of perfume oils and incense. It's not overbearing, but it's definitely apparent. All of the furniture itself looks like it's either made of gold or platinum or just some expensive like metal or like thread. This is just that room, and she walks right behind you. The floors are a gorgeous marble that is white and stark. You can see your reflections in them. It reminds you a lot of the ice castle, but you are not worried about slipping this time. There are paintings all over the walls and on the ceiling above, almost like cathedral style. There is this very in-depth, gorgeous painting that shows beautiful like clouds and lots of like angels. Angels, they're more like nymphs with like wings in these. And you see the goddess Aphrodite herself painted up there in very good detail. And then you also do see, as it's coming around, you do see Hephaestus more in his style, where some of the hallway begins to get dark and more like smoke plumes and darker clouds. You see Hephaestus with a hammer raised, and it looks like he's working on a lightning bolt. This picture definitely does try to heighten his attractiveness. But she goes ahead and she walks up to you guys and goes, all right, so this is just the basic entertaining room. Hephaestus likes to keep his time in the den. But I figured we could also go walk around the garden, anything like that. I told you I'd take you on a tour. Where do you want to go?
This is not the tour I was expecting to take. Let's see.
Right?
Are we on?
Right now?
Well, I mean, are you busy?
We wanted to talk to your partner.
He's in the den, like I said.
I understand.
But I was also saying we could go on a little tour. We could do it after if you really need to. But I already told you I'd show you my house, and I figured while you were here, it might be a great time.
I don't think I can argue with the goddess of love.
No, I'm not. I'm not that stupid.
What it is?
All right.
I will take you after.
Okay.
Since you have your thing, but
Yes.
then we'll go on an adventure, and that gives
Sure.
the nymphs time to make little hors d'oeuvres and just food. I'm starving. So, and she'll go ahead and she'll start to walk forward. She's wearing something very reminiscent of what she normally wears, but she's in like a very not completely sheer, but more sheer like robe that has feathers lined all over. It's a husband killer robe, and it's like it's in a beautiful like silver color. And she is absolutely wearing little heeled slippers with big poofies on the tops. And her hair is up, like in a bun.
I love them, Your Honor.
They're gonna go ahead and go, okay, if you want to follow me. And then she'll begin to explain things in her house. There's a whole lot, so we're not gonna do everything. But she'll go ahead, take you down a hallway, and then down to where there are 2 sets of stairs that lead down to the what looks like the entry hall. There are nymphs that are working around. They all kind of like just smile and wave at her, and she blows them little kisses, waves them. She'll hug one as she's walking past. She's like very friendly. And then all the nymphs seem very happy to just be working. As you go down the stairs, they'll go ahead and they'll go to these double doors that are made. This is the first time you've seen something that hasn't been like marble or like beautiful, beautiful wood. You see a set of double doors kind of hidden down the hallway that are made of just iron. And she's going to go ahead and push with one finger to kind of get it open. And then you can see it's not that thick. It's just a heavy door that she just pushes open with one finger. And she goes, okay, come along. And she'll go ahead.
Goddamn, Your Honor, goddamn.
They'll go ahead, walk down, and stairs begin to lead down. At this point, any natural lighting that was brought by windows, which by the way, you absolutely did get to see at the windows as you were walking past. When you look out, you see any shrubbery, just like out of character with Bastian, any shrubbery, any plants look like they're made of platinum. And you do see that there are a lot of large pools at this location that are made with tiles at the bottom that have like hearts on it. Very gaudy. One says A and H. Just really overdone. But you definitely can go ahead and look and see that there is a lip to this island. And it goes straight down into the clouds. So you're walking down the stairs. There are sconces that are bringing in light. It's a very deep reddish orange light that seems to be created by some kind of magical fire. As you're walking down the staircase, it begins to become a little bit more cramped. You're still able to walk. Aphrodite doesn't have to bend over or anything. Neither is Kazimir. No one has to shorten themselves, but it does get a little bit more contained. And you come down to this den area where you see weapons that are masterfully crafted, hung all over the walls in different ways. There's some that are like pedestaled up above like a fireplace, or like in the middle of this bookshelf that looks like it's covered in old books that look to have soot and a ton of other things on them, ash. They all seem to be, just at a first glance, about smithing. And you do see some with tales specifically about Hephaestus. And the main area of this, you see a forge, but a much smaller home forge. And there's a little ventilation chimney right above where the fire is. You do see some very lush chairs that are covered in this really dark red, beautiful fabric. Large armchairs that he definitely will have to hop up into to get comfortable. But he's just seems to be tinkering with something, and you hear the hammering as you walk down. And then Aphrodite will go ahead and walk over to him. He'll stop for a second. He'll kind of look up. She'll lean down, kiss his forehead. She's got a little ash on her lips. There's definitely a mark that was just cleaned of a little kiss. She'll kind of just like take a handkerchief, wipe her lips, and then she'll just go ahead and sit in that very plush armchair. Go, I know you wanted to talk. Go ahead. I'm just gonna be here. Pretend I'm not even here. And she'll just drape herself over the...
That's impossible, but I will definitely try.
She'll wink at you.
Give a little bit of that Miyazaki puff up.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I know the one.
Yep, you know the one.
I know, yep.
Ragna, this isn't how I usually come and approach you, but well, I didn't want to have to go to sleep for this one.
I understand. So, welcome to my home.
Very lovely home.
Thank you.
While I was foraging,
just real quick, not gonna say anything, but he looks to Kazimir, like he looks up. He just kind of the nod and goes back to Ragna.
That's right. This is the first time he's met him, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the first time he's met him. I was melting things down. I was melting this chunk of platinum and gold down, and it went well. It went pretty successfully. We got a good chunk of change from it, but then something happened, and it doesn't behave like any other method I've ever seen, like ever. Looks the card.
Just hands it over to Hephaestus, not looking him in the eyes.
He looks bewildered at Kazimir. You do see him, this dwarven form of his. Definitely, you can see the half of him where he has that limp, but also where he's pretty disfigured.
Mhm.
He's got a full fiery red beard, hair that's pulled back into a ponytail. He's gonna look at you really weird and goes, "Boy, I know I'm ugly, but you could still look me in the eye. They ain't gonna hurt me none." And Ragna, you can tell he's not offended or anything. He's just giving him a hard time. He's gonna go ahead, he's gonna take it, he's gonna weigh it in his hands, kind of look at it. He's gonna put it on the anvil. He's gonna lift up his hammer and he's gonna hit it. And even with that strength, just hitting it once, nothing.
I'm sorry?
Oh, what?
Hold on. Wait,
Excuse me?
wait a minute.
He begins to smile.
Correct. Vindication. I was correct.
I
And he
think
just
Ragnar at him hitting it and nothing happening. Like he approaches the anvil and is just like, and he has that same excited smile as Hephaestus.
Hephaestus just looks, you can see he's lost a couple teeth. This is the first time he's really like broken in a smile. And he begins to chuckle and chortle and just this like heavy belly laugh. You can see like his apron jiggling as he's just holding this and he's like, "Haha, something new! Good!" And he's gonna walk over, he's gonna get all, you see him grab a bunch of his like good tools and pull them over and be like, "All right, what do we want to do with this?"
Wait. This is new to you as well?
I mean, I haven't seen it. I don't typically work with those metals for weapons. Gold's too soft most of the time. There's some magic in here too, so that's definitely helping you out.
You think it's from the lightning strike? And I look over to Kaj.
Was that lightning magic?
I think so.
There you go. Probably working.
What color did you say it was?
Pink and blue and yellow and well, it was a lot of colors.
I don't know anything about that, but I do know that we're gonna make something fucking fine with this. And he like kind of like brushes off his hands. I need both of you to actually no. Ragna's passive perception totally gets it, no issue. You see Aphrodite look so proud and happy when he's getting excited that she's just sitting there kind of like dreamy-eyed looking at him, looking at both of you, just very excited even though she has no idea what the fuck is going on. But he goes ahead, he pulls out some stuff and he's like, "All right, so I don't know how well it's gonna go over. I think I could put it on one weapon, make it stronger, put it on some armor, make it stronger. I don't know. I wouldn't misuse this for making magical items. No offense. I would just make something better with this, with it. You don't have a lot, but you got enough."
Don't even know what to call it.
Well, you get to name it. You're the one who found it.
Oh, Christian wasn't ready for this shit. Uh-oh.
This research and this.
Did we make a fucking new element? What the fuck?
What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh man. Oh, now as soon as you're like, you can name it, all my names flew out the window.
You know what?
Electrum, because it came from lightning.
That's real though.
No.
Electrum 2.
Electric boogaloo.
Electric
Literal electric boogaloo.
Jesus Christ.
What if you called it Boogalum?
That's horrible.
It's horrible.
It sounds really bad.
It sounds really awful.
I'll let you think on it. I know you're shell shocked. I am too. We'll just take some time.
I
Get to
think
work.
Ragna hasn't stopped smiling since the whole and it didn't do anything. Like, what does that mean? It's yours. It's yours. And he looks over to Kazimir, so you should decide.
Ragnium. I'm not good with names.
My heart. Okay, literally, Aphrodite is like. They're just like they're
I
taking
don't know,
a
I can't
second.
think of anything.
Andre, I'm so happy.
I like Rognium. Got a good name to it.
Kazimirium is too long. It's a
Ooh,
mouthful.
that sounds like a
Sounds kind of
fabric.
fruity.
Sounds like a spice.
Yeah.
Does sound like spice.
I don't. And this is
Found it.
honestly, this is the happiest you've seen Ragna since you've met him.
Maybe.
And like, he's just like, I think he's just gonna give Kaj a hug. You know that hug from Into the Spider-Verse where he hugs his dad.
Yes.
That quick like sprint.
Christ. Oh man.
Aphrodite's crying.
Oh my god! And then he steps away after the huff. He just like steps away and he's like, I think we should do more research into it before we start talking about turning it into anything. You know, figure out how to melt it or heat it and mend it.
I mean, do you want to work with this? It might be pretty difficult. I have a magical forge.
Can I be here? I mean, can I?
Oh,
If you want to do that, and then I could head back and get Drachnos and Finley. You don't have to worry about that. If this is what you're...
If it wouldn't be too much trouble,
no, absolutely not. I'm keeping you here until we figure out what the hell we're doing with it.
Oh god.
So, he's still smiling.
What the fuck? What the hell?
This is good. This is real good. It's been a while since I've had something this exciting happen. And he kind of takes a deep breath in. You hear a very disgusting kind of like nose, like
Oh, yeah.
like a breathe in.
Uh-huh.
Not good, but
Like he's about to
He
huck a
just-
loogie or something.
like kind of. But he seems to just be clearing his head.
Mm.
And then Aphrodite gets up. They kind of dry their tears. Okay, I'll show you the way out. I'm so happy.
Okay, goodbye, Ragnar.
Bye.
Okay.
And Aphrodite's gonna go ahead and walk you back up the stairs. And then she'll go ahead. She'll push the door open again. Just kind of, you know, almost like a diner where the door could just like flap like that light.
Mhm.
She just pushes it like that.
Hell yeah.
She gets you into a good spot. A nymph comes by with 2 plates of food. It looks like they made for you guys being over. She'll take 1 plate and she'll go, take this home with you. And you see it's just a bunch of like fruit tarts. Like piled. take that home with you, share with all your friends. Make sure you eat enough.
Thank you. Can I try one?
Of course. I wish you would. It is so good. So it's not made with any like special things in there. That's like no ambrosia. There's no nectar. However, these are the finest fruits, the richest chocolate, and like the best meringue.
Ooh.
Like this is just, and the crust is just perfect. Like this is good. Like one is not enough, kind of thing.
Like he eats it and then he's like overwhelmed with the experience of eating something so sweet and delicious, and he like feels his fingers like going for another, and he just like grips the side of the platter.
Horny grip.
Fine. If I knew them that you'd like them so much, I'd just you a lot more than that. You know what? This will be our secret. You don't have to share with your friends if you don't want to.
Okay. Cool.
The fruitiest tart is so mad that he may not get the fruitiest tart.
Kazimir just pulls out the sack, looks inside of it.
There's old cookies in there. She's gonna take the platter. Please.
Okay. All right. Just
Say, if you pour that tart into there, your entire bag's gonna be covered in egg and like fruit and chocolate. No.
No. I think he did clean it out at one point.
He did, but there was more cookies.
But there was more cookies, yeah.
Yeah. She'll go ahead and take you to the same door. Is there anywhere else you wanted to look before you leave?
I think
She'll
just
take you any.
maybe just sort of like a little bit more of like just the general vista area of like maybe like an open space. He doesn't want to go inside of any like particular god's houses, especially he's not a super religious guy in the first place, so he's not, you know, but just to get a sense of it. And also maybe like over to the edge so you can look down.
Yeah, no, very easily. So she'll take you to their favorite spot, which is over. It's a huge balcony. You see there's like, there's a bunch of plants on there, pretty much anything you could want on there for like, you know, just sitting. There's a place where you can lounge and tan. There's a place where you can just have tea, whatever. Like it's just wonderful. But she'll take you over to the side, and all of the you know, like the edging of a balcony, every little thing is just engraved. Like when you go over to the railing, every piece is just engraved with little things. Like it looks like it took hundreds of years. If this entire house is as detailed as this, it took hundreds of thousands of years for everything to have this amount of detail. When you look over, you'll go ahead and you'll get to see, you'll see a couple of different islands that are nearby. You see one that has just this beautiful giant garden, and there's a little gazebo that's kind of like in the middle. And the house is almost in like a U shape. You do see something that's kind of under it, but it's really hard to make out. If you want to roll an investigation or something, feel free, or perception, but it's not easy to see.
Hold on. I'm gonna look up my skills real quick. I'm gonna do perception.
Got it.
This is 15.
It looks like there's kind of another building on the bottom side of this, like a mansion, but it's not. You can't see any identifying markers.
Like it was built on top of another building?
So there's this building. Here's the island.
Uh-huh.
On the bottom side, upside down.
Oh, there's another building under.
Upside down. Yeah, on the bottom side. Over on the other one, you see something that looks, you might be able to figure out who that is, like, pretty easily. You see a hedge around the yard of this one, but you see what looks like a training area with a lot of ranged, like range options with large targets. You also see some training dummies. You see that there's a line of just weapons just to utilize in this area. You also see that there's a small hedge maze in there that is constantly switching. It's not really small. It's small from where you're looking. It's probably about 200 feet.
Pretty big.
By like 200 feet, but from where you're looking, it's pretty small. But you can tell that all the hedges are moving. And the building on that, all the buildings look the same. They all look this stark white, but they're all in kind of different shapes. That one seems to be more like a tower.
Whose house is that?
That's Athena.
And the maze. What is that for?
Oh, for training. It's so she gets better with her senses, keeps them heightened. So she has nymphs that she's trained very, very well, and they will go through, and they'll try to sneak up on her, and she'll have to use her senses to try to make sure that she's on top of things. She's wonderful.
You like her?
Much dirtier than I would like to get, but
all right.
I could beat her in a fight, I think. She's kind of like standing real tall.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Against the goddess of warfare? Why did you say that?
Because all's fair in love and warfare. Have I shown you what I use?
What do you use? To fight? No.
And she'll just kind of take a step back. She'll kind of whip her hand out, and you see this halberd that is probably about 9 feet tall. No, she's 9 foot. Probably about, is she?
She's like 7 foot something.
7 foot. Yeah, 9 foot tall is about right. And this halberd that's made, it is made of what looks like some kind of rose-ish metal.
Like a rose gold sort of.
Similar, but definitely not that lack of strength. And you see that there's just this really beautiful bleached pink leather that's wrapped around the handle and at the end where there's a little tassel. And she just kind of flips it around, no problem, and puts it to the ground. And she offers it to you. Want to give it a swing?
Sure. Takes it. How heavy is it?
I need you to make me a strength saving throw.
A strength saving throw? Christ, hold on.
It's denser than the sun. That thing is denser than the sun, most likely.
I got a +7. We'll see. Hold on.
You got it.
I got a unnatural 20.
Unnatural?
Unnatural.
Okay.
Dirty 20. Yeah.
It's a lot heavier than you expected. Did you take it with 1 or 2 hands?
I think just 1 to start.
Definitely you feel the top. It's moderately balanced, but you weren't expecting the weight. So it begins to like turn, like it's turning your arm. So you have to grab with both hands, pull it back up. And it's pretty sturdy. An exact weight I can't really give. But
it feels like you're fighting, like think of a strong bear, like picking up a bear, like a huge, like 12-foot bear. Condense that. That's the first thing I could think of Kazimir knowing what to fight. It's like a bear.
Okay, and he just kind of like goes into like a forward lance position, tries to like swing it around.
You feel this magical property with it, so as you bring it forward, it kind of levels itself out in your hands, and it doesn't get too much lighter, but it makes it to where your grip, it's at a perfect balance now. As you begin to swing it, it feels like something hollow, and all the weight is being pulled up towards the bladed area. You pull it around and you hear this heavy wind whoosh, and this kind of sharp sound, like when you wax something to like that's really thin, really fast, almost kind of like a whip. And you hear the wind. For about 2 seconds, you feel yourself kind of be pulled where you were aiming.
If this is what you use, what does Athena use?
Well, she can use a little bit of everything.
But this is your specialty?
Well, it's one of them. I also have a whip. I keep that for special occasions.
I figured.
I think he kind of admires it, looks at the blade a little bit closer.
Thank you for allowing me to use that.
Of course, I'm the one who brought it up anyway, and snap the fingers, it just kind of dissipates from your hand.
Forgot you can do that.
So we are on Mount Olympus, yes? So if I drop something, will it will fall to the earth?
Yes and no. It'll probably get there at some point, but it probably won't be in the same shape it was when you dropped it.
Oh, 'cause it will like break, or
Depends on what you're dropping. Technically.
like if I shoved someone off the side of this, they would die. Yes.
Oh, they die.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I
Oh,
figured.
absolutely. Technically, this is another plane. But there's this weird connection where we can go down to Gaian. Technically, people can come up here.
And that's why you need champions?
Oh, no.
Then
We're very busy.
oh, what do you what you answer prayers? What do you?
I answer prayers, I fix problems, sometimes I make problems. However, I've been doing a lot better.
You make problems?
Sometimes they just happen. Mortals give very rude or crude or just bad answers, or are very selfish. And then I take it upon myself to tell them they're wrong in many different ways.
Thank you for showing me Olympus. I should probably head back. I have to go get spells for Bastian and get other people. I have a lot to do. Mortals, unfortunately, are also very busy.
You are, and you're doing a great job. Now, I'll see you out, and I will make sure that some more of those fruit tarts come your way soon.
You don't have to do that. That's...
Oh, I don't have to do anything, but I am.
I would prefer if you save those for when we meet in person. I don't want to indulge.
I'm not sweet enough for you.
I should go.
Yeah, no, she takes you right back to the door. They're laughing the entire time. They're just having fun with you. And they give you a blow you a kiss. See you out, wave goodbye, close the door behind you, and you're right back in the banquet hall.
Bring Ragna back in one piece.
Oh, I won't. It'll probably be Hephaestus, since
All
they'll
right.
be working however long. I have things I have to do.
Oh, one last thing.
Mm-hmm.
How is Apollo?
Doing much better. He should be back soon.
That's good to hear.
He misses you.
Okay.
I'll let you tell him yourself that you missed him.
Turns around.
None of you mortals say goodbye.
Oh, it's just me. It's just me.
Goodbye then. She'll close the door.
Just holds up a hand.
So bad at that. No, awesome. So you can go ahead and you can start making your way down if you would like to go get Leto and Bentley and Drachnos.
Do we want to do spells? Do we want to do meeting up with Finley and Drachnos? What's the order, gang?
We're gonna jump to another person.
Who we jump into?
We're gonna probably jump to Bastian.
Okay. I'll bring it up after Bastian's thing, see where we all are.
Yeah, we'll bring it up after that to see how you guys are feeling. Bastian also has some stuff he'll need to get, as he's almost done with his paperwork. So you're
my rings, I'm ready.
Bastian, you're going ahead. You're working on paperwork. I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw and an Intelligence roll.
Okay. Don't fuck this up for me. Okay, that was Constitution. That was a con save. I rolled a 13 plus 2 is a 15.
Nice.
And this is an intelligence check.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Wow, okay. Yeah, I rolled a 14 plus 5 is a 19.
Perfect.
Ask and you shall receive.
You're getting to that point where you're having to truck along, you're having to finish it up. So con is really just to keep yourself motivated and not give up at the last second.
Yes.
Because it's so easy.
He's a stubborn son of a bitch.
Yeah, he is. Wear your glasses, no one's there. You're able to indulge.
Intense music plays in the background, but I can't hear it because I'm hyper focusing.
I feel like it's intense, like Mozart or like Bach or something.
It's
just like
Vivaldi's Spring.
It's Vivaldi. I was gonna say Vivaldi.
I love that. Yeah, so that's just happening in the background while you're focused. You're making it through it very quickly. The rest of this is all just initials. So literally you've done all the hard stuff. This is all one thing. You're initialing now, so you just have to find the spaces for it. Let me go ahead. I'm gonna roll a D100 to see how many pages you're gonna have left. And if it hits a certain number, you're done. You're done.
Yes!
If you hit 90 or higher, you were done. I got a 95.
I am a god. I'm a god among men. Just initials the last one with a flourish. Slams it down on the table. Does a thick with his giant stack of papers and puts it down like a huge brick. All right. Let's go find for you, and he's gonna get up and try and go find the vampire.
As you start to get up, you hear a, "Where the fuck do you think you're going?"
Hello? Oh, Xerxes, I'm going to see, for you when I finish the paperwork.
Well, I got a hold of Hera. If you want to do that still, but if you want to go do a booty call, I mean, I suppose you can go do that instead.
It's not a booty call.
Are you sure?
That's not my first priority.
I see.
My first priority is getting paid. Booty call is 5 steps down the list, maybe.
5?
Yes. No.
Why is it 5?
If you've gotten a hold of Hera, she already thinks that she already knows that I'm trying to get a hold of her, so I don't want to. I will come find you. You just stay right there. And
right, well, the Queens of the Gods is ready whenever you are, I suppose.
I'm coming. I'm coming. He's gonna run to Xerxes first and pick him up like a football.
Just
And is there a portal?
Looks up at you. What? Put me down. Unhand me.
You ruffian.
You cur.
I thought I needed to carry you through a portal or something.
No.
Okay, all right.
You're going to take a quill. He's gonna pluck one. Gonna throw it towards you. And you're going to write what I'm putting in your head. And you're gonna write it in the air. And then it's gonna make a portal. And then you can pick me up, you ruffian.
All right. Okay. God. Don't get your flight feathers in a twist, all right? It's fine.
They already are. You have ruined my day. I was preening and in a nest, and now I have
You
to
can
do this.
preen. Okay, you can preen later. Can I get the words, please?
Of course, you can just preen later. And then you're gonna get in what is like Draconic, the magical language. You're going to get all of the words that you need to create this spell, this sigil. And as you write it in the air, it's going to have this like similar kind of colored ink to a peacock. And then once it's done, you kind of do a flourish and a period, and then the whole thing expands, and it's then you see a little gateway, a little circle gateway.
I love Bobby's Rapunzel. What the fuck?
Oh no, copyright. Anyway, you can go ahead and you can take Xerxes and walk through, and you see a familiar gazebo in front of you, and you see Hera just drinking out of what looks like, instead of like a teacup, it looks like a tea it's a very deep cup of tea, so it's not dainty. It's very large, almost like those bowls for soup that have a handle.
Yes.
It's like a tea basin.
Tea boat.
Tea boat. It's like a gravy boat, but for your tea.
Do you want to walk or do you want me to carry you?
I would like you to carry me.
I thought so. I will carry Circe's under my arm. Or perhaps like bring him around to the front so that the length of his body is like on Bastian's forearm and his tail is going down so it's more comfortable instead of just having a ring around the middle. And we'll approach the gazebo, look at the tea boat, and back at Hera. Are you tense?
I am going through a lot. Thank you for noticing. I'm just gonna sip it again.
I love her so much.
You do see that she's looking a little bit more stressed. Normally she doesn't look too much her age. I'd say she stopped at like early 40s. Like, you know, like light fine lines. She's definitely got a little bit more bags under her eyes at this point. Instead of like a purple, it's more of like a gold kind of undertone.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
There is a lot going on. That's enough information for you.
All right.
Take a seat. Would you like a basin of tea? Or maybe just a cup?
Cup is fine. If you have any extra, I'll gladly take some.
She'll go ahead, lift her finger, and the teapot will lift itself, pour into a little petite cup, and then she'll pick up the cup and hand it over to you. It's like a perfect size for you, covered in gold and platinum filigree. There's definitely this beautiful, like a teal color, kind of like the color of Andre's wall. But like glowing, that's kind of like markings in the middle.
Yeah.
And you just smell this aroma that's incredibly spice heavy. The notes you can automatically sense are cloves, and you do sense there's like a flower that smells similar to chamomile, but not quite. And there's so much lavender.
Like I'm
So
eating
much.
soap, drinking soap
No,
in a nice way.
in a nice way. I was gonna say like
It's very
It's-
beautiful soap. It's very
it's just-
high haute couture soap.
haute couture. Well, it just smells like you sniff it and then you're supposed to relax. Like it's supposed to make you feel less stressed already. So
this
she's
is
going through a lot.
this is like as this is as intense a remedy as you can get without switching over to like over-the-counter and prescription drugs. This is like one step before Xanax.
This bitch needs some Lexapro.
She needs some ketamine.
Yeah, no, she definitely needs a fucking. She needs something. She looks stressed. But then she'll gesture over. There are chairs around that little basin that's still there. But she gestures to one close to her, so you can sit beside her.
And he will sit primly in the seat and pet Circe's. Well, if you want a distraction from whatever isn't going on, I have some very interesting questions for you.
Oh, is this going to be fun for me, or are you just going to make it a little worse with every question?
It might be fun.
I'm going to need more lavender. She's going to put the teacup down, kind of turn to face towards you a little bit, like two bitches spilling tea, literally. kind of brush off her dress a little. And then you'll hear her snap. Nymph runs over. She says something lowly in Celestial. Do you speak Celestial?
I do.
Awesome. You hear her ask for, she says, "Don't question me. I know I'm on a diet, but this is important. I need," and she starts listing like macaroons and just all these different like sweets. And she's just like, "Just bring them." And the nymph is just like, and goes and runs towards the kitchen.
A break challenge.
Damn. She's gonna turn. All right, and before we go ahead, I suppose I should ask, how are you doing?
I am doing fine. I'm doing fine. Yes,
Is that truthful, or are you just
It
answering a
is.
question?
I'm just. No, yes. Everything is fine. Except for the fact that we're tracking a Medusa who is attempting to take over an entire island, continent? Unsure. And also currently inside of the house, potentially under house arrest, of her vampiric beau, who I'm also involved with at this point in a casual way. Don't look at me like that. It's casual.
She's giving you a...
What? I've been in the desert for weeks.
Was Drachnos not enough? She's going to like whisper it lowly and just kind of smirk.
Drachnos was lovely. I like a man in power. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. Don't look at me like that.
You suffer from many similar things I did. Just watch yourself. And she'll go over back to her gravy boat and take a sip. And she'll put it down. And I have been working on my communication to make sure that she looks like she's struggling for words.
Is this why you're stressed?
No. But I want to make sure that you feel heard and like you can talk to me if you have issues, even if they aren't godlike ones, emotional issues. You can see there's a little bead of sweat.
This is a turn. This is a turn.
I know.
For our relationship. What's happening here?
I heard about how you and Aphrodite got along.
Did they tell you that we got along?
That was the problem, that you didn't.
They're fine.
I want to make sure, because I heard from...
You don't have to talk to me like I am a child.
I am making myself talk like this so I get everything out correctly. And she's struggling. Because if I talk normally, I'm going to tell you you're being absolutely stupid and you should just talk to me if you're having an issue. But That's not how we handle things, says Aphrodite. So, I know you weren't feeling
love or
connection with the gods protecting you. So I want you to know that I'm here.
I appreciate you saying so. I don't believe you, but
Okay, why don't I
But-
worked so
but-
hard?
but I want to.
Good. Then feel like you can turn to me. Then I'll prove myself when you make dumb little decisions.
Thank you. It's not. Upon reflection, I think that it is less about you than it is about me when it comes to the not believing. I don't think it's not you. It's me.
Are you breaking up with me?
I don't think I could do that if I tried, actually. So, no. Listen, I'm very stubborn. One could say ambitious. But even I know a lost cause when I see one. No, I just want. The conversation with Aphrodite was very enlightening. I have not had time to think about it yet because there are other things to do.
I need to stop you. Are you saying that you're a lost cause when you mentioned lost causes? Because I will not tolerate you speaking about yourself like that.
I don't know what the future holds for me. However, I know that I'm on a path and that I will walk it because I will not lose. I refuse to. So, whether I'm a lost cause or not remains to be determined.
Good, because if you
I find it very unlikely, but
let's say if you speak of yourself like a lost cause, then you're telling me all this time and money and everything, energy that I'm putting into you is useless, and then you're calling my time and everything useless, and that is the very last thing that I will take. So no, you are not a lost cause.
I definitely think that I am worth time and energy and money, especially. Yes. I've been considering what Aphrodite has said as well. This is very awkward.
This is extremely awkward. You should talk to Aphrodite again if you're feeling odd. If you have feelings, talk to Aphrodite. Right now we can do business.
Fantastic.
She looks relaxed, finally, and just like more herself.
She was dreading this all month. She's like, I have to. Fuck.
I have to communicate.
Aphrodite yelled at me.
Yeah.
I have. Let's get off this topic. I have a very interesting question for you.
Shoot.
Do you know where Gaia is?
Well, technically, Gaia can be everywhere. In anywhere on your little planet. But if you're talking about where she likes to be, It's normally in very secluded areas.
Do you know if she's still on the planet? If she's still okay? Do you communicate with her at all? Does anyone?
I mean, she's not my first point of contact when I'm contacting gods, but she has been able to be contacted lately. I feel a connection to her.
Okay. Then perhaps we'll come at it from the story side of the whole thing. So, my group. We met a fairy dragon. 35. Yes, a fairy dragon.
Oh.
She found us. Apparently, she has been tracking us since before we all even got together. She saw Kazimir when his town got raided by the army, I think. She had a piece of fabric from Irene, Melena's previous girlfriend's dress. She had a tooth from Ragna. She had a turkey feather from Xerxes before he was turned. She's been following us for a while, and she told us that her mom had been telling her to follow us. And suddenly, we get to this vampire's estate, and Kazimir finds her. We all meet her. And she pitches it as though we're following her, but she's following us. She's going everywhere that we're going. Under the direction of her mom, apparently. Doesn't know who her mom is, other than that her name is Mom. Says that she's our mom, my mom, Kazimir's mom, Ragna's mom, except for Melaena, who said, sort of, kind of. I walked through this dragon's memories to try and get more information, and I saw Zeus and all of you fighting Kronos, I think.
She definitely straightens her back and takes in a sharp breath, as you mentioned.
As a memory, it was like each of, we're calling her Enigma, she doesn't know her name. Each of Enigma's memories were like trees. And when I walked in, some of the memories had static, couldn't see all of them. And some of these trees were dying. And there was a huge tree in the middle, massive, as big as the city of Indios. And that was where I found that memory. And then, when it ended, I was kicked out, but I was still in her head. And I turned around, and there was a woman there, 50 feet tall, with vines for eyelashes and hair, tan skin, crying. And I asked her who she was, and she said she didn't know. And then I was kicked from the dream, or from her head, and Enigma was crying and said that her head hurt, and I mean, maybe it's not Gaia, but we tried to narrow it down a little bit ourselves, and
I want you to speak with Gaia.
like, are you gonna call her for me, or you want me to get in her head again?
I can try to make some sort of communication.
Can you try that now? I just want to see if it'll work.
Okay, there may be a chance that only you'll speak to her. Would you prefer your entire party to be there?
Oh, I thought you were just gonna kind of like, hello, Queen of the Gods.
She is very patient. I am not. I would...
So
the
you'd rather
minute I'm
get it done.
calling her, I want to get this figured
Okay.
out.
Should I bring everybody else here?
I can... tell you what. I will make it to where you all have to be there.
Okay.
I do sense there were two Now there's only one, but there is another one of you here on Mount Olympus. Do you know who that might be?
I mean, I think that Kazimir and Ragna were going to see, see some folks. So maybe either of them?
I love that you use the term some folks when you're talking about gods. That's very refreshing.
I just like immediately. I just forgot if like Apollo's beach house was like they weren't allowed to be in there, and immediately was just like, can I say that? So he was just like, some people.
Well, I assume because
Lads.
Apollo is on a brief leave that it's probably Aphrodite, maybe Hephaestus.
Ragna and Hephaestus are quite close, to my understanding.
It's maybe like he's the chosen of Hephaestus.
Yeah, yes, that's what I meant.
I will make it to where I will send a message letting them know I will be borrowing whoever is at their abode for however long Gaia needs. Technically, she is like a grandmother, so we need to be respectful. And I'm sure they'll take the time.
Should we wash up before?
I don't think... She loves the dirt and nature. If you're a little dirty, she's not gonna mind.
Gosh.
Yes, I don't have to take a bath!
I'm just...
Hell yeah!
Can I just, like... When I went to visit my family in France, my cousin's grandmother, I, like, blew into an empty bottle of wine to make a little toot sound in front of her, and he was like, what the fuck are you doing? In front of my grandmother? I have never been so embarrassed in my life. Anyway, that's what that reminded me of. But
I'm so sorry.
You just took me back to that moment so clearly, but it was great.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, so am I going to leave and then we all sort of circle up and...
No, you'll be pulled from where you're at, so you can just be here.
Just be around, okay.
Is there anything else you'd like to talk about before I do that? Any other questions?
Is there anything I'm forgetting?
Not really, but definitely she's been a little on edge, you'll notice, since you talked about the Titan Wars. So...
Yeah, I do want to know about... Is it weird that I saw the Kronos?
Extremely.
Am I not supposed to be able to see that?
Humans know of it.
Yes.
Never seen anyone still alive and not immortal see it.
But this is why, I mean, yes, that's why I want to know what's happening here. Because how else would this fairy dragon have those memories in her head?
I don't know. Let me ask you a question.
All right.
What did you see?
When? During the memory?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there was a whole lot of nothing. But on top of that nothing, there was a fight. I saw a god. I saw people same height as the woman I saw in Enigma's mind. 50 feet, maybe? I saw Zeus. He was much younger. very muscular.
I know, you don't have to remind me.
And I'm sure that there were others. I didn't focus on them as much, but I know that there were others. And Zeus was bleeding gold. And there was something even bigger, 200 feet tall. And it was wrapped in chains and whips and vines. And it seemed like people were trying to restrain it. And it spoke to Zeus, and it said, it called him son, and said this fight isn't over yet. And then I heard the ticking of a clock, and it slowed down, and then I was ejected.
Walk with me. And she'll stand up, and she'll begin to walk towards the house very briskly. You gotta scurry.
He's so short.
You're legit. Yeah, you're like you're in a light sprint following behind her. And you see the nymph come up with a bunch of like pastries, and then Hera goes past and just goes, "Leave it," and just keeps going. And she'll take you inside the house. You kind of remember where she's taking you, but then she brings you further into the other side of the house than you'd been before, and brings you to this door, the only door that has a lock on it, from what you can see. And she'll go ahead. You see her make appear a physical key, and she'll unlock it. Before you enter this room, you are allowed to cry. You are allowed to be upset. There's a lot going on in here, but since you've already seen some of it, I will allow you to see more.
What?
Do you wish to see more? The Titan
Yes.
Wars. If it's ever too overwhelming, then we can walk out. And she slowly opens the door. And all you see are a bunch of pictures along the walls. And just this kind of long ottoman in the middle of the room, almost like in an art museum, just a bench in the middle to sit. She goes, "I will follow after you." This room looks like it's no bigger than, well, it's a pretty sizable room, but it is all enclosed. There's no windows. It's about 60 by 60.
I'm gonna put Xerxes down.
He's gonna stay by you, but he looks confused.
Walk inside.
After you walk inside, she'll go ahead and follow, and she will shut the door. And she will go ahead and she'll take a seat on the long ottoman. Choose whichever picture you would like. Once you focus, you will see a glimpse of each thing that's happening. I come in here sometimes to clear my head and to remember where we came from and what we should not be.
He's gonna approach the one that is immediately to his right as he walks in through the door.
Immediately what you see is what looks like the beginning of a battle. You see, you're focusing in on it, and it looks like from the left side, you see anyone from about what you can justify is about 50 feet tall is the tallest. You see people as short as about 20 feet tall. But you see the lineup of, you see Zeus, you see Hera, you see Hestia, you see Demeter, you see Poseidon, you see Hades. And kind of back behind them, you see, as you're focusing on it, it begins to zoom in, and you see some other figures behind. You look and see Zeus exactly how you saw him before, but he doesn't have a scratch on him. He looks really smug and just really sure of himself, but he has a very strong like lip that's keeping him very like balanced and like realizing they're about to go into a battle. He's wearing this golden colored armor that is a little bit lighter. It looks more like chain if you have to equate it to really anything, something light that he can move around in. And you see his lightning bolt in his hand. And he's just like looking upwards and outwards. Next to him, you see Hera, who looks much younger. You can see this very sure, strong-willed woman, but you can still see that air of strict and seriousness on her. And she is covered in this gold-plated armor, and is holding a spear in her hand. You do see around like the back and in her hair, you do see some peacock feathers that are placed almost like war-wise, but also just symbolism-wise. She's standing beside Zeus, and you see her gently reach out her hand to his, and they interlock hands, and he kind of gives a squeeze. Next person you see is Hestia. And Hestia is covered in this very thick looking, equated, I would say, to leather armor. But you see, this is the first time you've seen this person. But you can, from the signage below, you can identify who each person is. You see this very dark-skinned woman who has this beautiful dark curly hair and tight ringlets pulled up back into a bun. She has this sort of fire that's in her hand. It looks like she's casting some sort of magic, and you see a similar glowing from the heart region in her armor. It looks like it's glowing from underneath through the armor itself. And she looks very, very sure of herself, a little scared, but ready to do whatever they need to do. You see Poseidon, who this would be the first time you see him, and very different from how we saw him in the one shot. You see this man with very wavy, short, brown curled hair that's kind of, or waved hair that's pushed back with the circlet. You see that he's not wearing any armor at all. And he's wearing just very light linens, kind of his shirt tucked in, the arms removed, showing his muscles, and you can see a lot of ocean like base tattoos along his arms, and then up his neck. He looks insanely serious, the stubble across his face, and he seems to just be holding this, what looks like a quarterstaff that's covered in coral and kelp. That's just, it looks a little gaudy, but it kind of, you can immediately tell who that is. Then you see, making sure I got everyone.
Hades?
Hades is one. I wasn't
And then
sure if I was
Demeter.
gonna do Demeter. I was gonna do Demeter. Thank you. You see Demeter, a younger-looking woman, with very similar to how I explained her earlier today, but this honey-wheat-colored hair that's very short. The only thing that's really there is kind of her bangs, which she pushes back, and are held by like a little laurel around her head. She seems to be wearing leather-based armor. She doesn't seem to have any type of metal on her. And you see she pulls out these two, they look like quarterstaffs, but these two like short sticks. And you see just this like green energy glowing from them and kind of expanding, and vines begin to wrap around them. You also see a very large bow on her back. And she's pissed. She looks angry. And then you see Hades, who actually looks to be the tallest, right next to Zeus. Everyone's kind of like going around, and he's very tall. You see this man who looks of elven stature, raven-colored hair with a very vividly white streak right down, a very, very pronounced widow's peak. He has a very angular nose, and just very, like, sharp. A very thorough and a very disgusted look, I would say. But the hair is pretty long. It goes down past his waist and is pulled back into a I'd say almost like a bow. It's a ribbon. It pulled back into a ribbon. He seems to be wearing all black, and it does look to be like leathers as well, with little bits of metal popping out. And you see him pull out 2 daggers that have very sharp, rigid points in them. One seems to be glowing with this dark, necrotic-like energy. And the other one seems to be glowing with this beautiful, radiant energy. He just looks at the others, the youngest looking of almost all of them, looks to them, looks back up, and then just kind of shakes it out. And you do see he has a little cloak on as well that he kind of pushes out of the way. Behind you see a younger version of Hephaestus, who looks very much the same. He just has more hair, not balding, and he seems to be very excited to get to work. Like, you see him in the middle of this war. He's looking at all of the weapons that he's placed before them. You see that there are actually a few things that he's pointing out particularly. One seems to be the crown on Hades' head. He's looking at it, he's like, that. And he looks over at Thunderbolt, he's like, yeah, I did that. Like, he's just looking through things, and he's like, yeah, those are good. Next to them, you see these beings that you have to double check. You have to look back at. 50 heads. 100 eyes. These gigantic beings that are larger than the gods. Just kind of stumbling and all standing around Hephaestus in a very kind of like protective way. They're horrifying. They're terrifying to look at. But it's nice. It's a little heartwarming to know that they're on the god's side and not the other one. But that's what you see there, and it goes through all of these kind of like cinematically. You can see that the ground looks similar to your visage. There's no plants. There are large rocks, and there's what looks like very dry land that has cracks in it. Looks like all the life has been pulled. You turn over, and it has to zoom all the way up. to show these 200-foot figures. And you see 12 people standing there. This point, it seems to go by almost slower, or almost quicker, as it looks like it's like, I just want to get this over with. Like it's bringing back a lot of bad memories, but it goes past a lot of them. Some of them that you can like recognize some visuals on. You see a woman who is probably, I'd say, about 120 feet tall. And she seems to be covered in a head covering, a cloak that's covering all of that. And she seems to be very unsure about this battle. A lot of her general features are covered, but you do see two very beautiful green eyes poking through, kind of looking over the gods and then looking back to a particular 200-foot titan that you've seen before. It still has very little imagery. Other ones you can see, you see one that his hair glows like the sun. Very wide set nose, very wide set chin and jaw, very broad looking, but he looks cocksure. He's probably one of the taller ones, standing at about 180 feet. But he's just glowing, radiating. You feel a little twinge in your gut, like you've seen something like that before, or felt something like that before. Another one that you would definitely know, or would be able to see, because it is her namesake. You see a very, like, everyone is really hard to recognize, like, all of the features of the Titans as if they're being erased from history itself, and just something they all want to look at. But there's one that is absolutely perfect, and you see her with black wavy hair. She has two eyes right here and a third eye right here that is sitting vertically rather than horizontally. Very inquisitive looking, and none of these Titans seem to be wearing armor. They seem to just be wearing their day-to-day clothes. But so you see her just wearing a very basic dress that she has tied. And you see little bits of magic jumping from her fingertips. Go ahead and roll me an Arcana.
Okay, it's fine. I rolled an 8, but that's a 16.
And most things have a very similar basis. Even if the flavor of how the spell looks changes, there's a very stark feel of what a magic's going to be. That looks like psychic. That looks like just some mind manipulation looking magic right there. But that's really what you see, and as it just goes past, you pull back and you see all the gods lined up with pretty good detail, and then the Titans towering, and their faces are all cut off from this picture.
I don't... and I think that he's going to forego asking a question and will instead move along to the next picture.
That's understandable. The next picture, as you focus in on it, you see the same scene as the last one. But then you hear a low, singular, just horn, low. It sounds strong, but insanely depressing as it echoes, as there's nothing for it to bounce off of, as there's nothing there but these bodies. And as it goes, everyone gets into a position and begins to charge. You see Hephaestus is the only one. He's the only one who tries to take a step back. And you see everyone charging in, getting face to face, and you see a lineup. The only one that's really important, though, is you see Zeus jumping straight up, going directly towards Kronos. And everyone just looks like they're battle ready. You see the fear, the anger, and the readiness in their eyes.
I think that he's just gonna keep walking and just go one by one.
I will give you some, since the first explanation is really the longest one, I'll go ahead and just summarize the rest of them.
Yeah.
You see individual battles begin. You see a painting that highlights each of the gods in their probably the strongest moment. You see Hestia, you see a large chunk of her leather armor that has been either damaged or removed, that just is not on her chest. And you see this inner hearth in her chest burst out in flame. Her eyes also burst into flame, and her hands are the same. Just think almost Human Torch style, where she just erupts starting from her chest. Her hair turns into fire as well, and she just begins to go in on a unidentifiable Titan. You see Hades, who you see just him slip past. You see him pull down his 2 daggers, bring them to his side. Very dramatic. His head kind of turned. You can see tears welling up in his eyes. And immediately after, like a beat or two, you see just splatter of what is not gold blood, but looks like this black figure just explode from an also unidentifiable Titan. You see Poseidon, who is using every little bit of his body that he can to just go in, hand and foot, knees, elbows, shoulders, headbutt into this Titan in front of him, probably one of the smaller ones. And he's just going in. You see every time he pulls back and he goes right back in, it's like a crashing of waves, kind of like his energy looks like a crashing of waves as he's hitting into the others. You see Demeter. You see Demeter, who brings up there's no plant life around here, which you would think would be a problem, but you see her create it as she begins to do something similar to a grasping vine around the leg of this Titan, and then immediately just goes in with this giant wave of what looks like winter. And she, after that's done, she just kind of brushes herself off, looks almost like, I didn't know I had that in me, and then gets ready for the next attack. Then you, almost last, certainly not least, you see Hera, who is going side by side in with Zeus. And they're coming from opposite sides into Kronos. You see Zeus takes a lightning bolt, aims directly for the chest, And you see Hera brings her spear around and knocks Kronos' hand back when he was trying to guard. And it hits, and there's a large, you can hear even from the painting, just this large echoing thunder as Kronos begins to be knocked back. In this picture, they both look extremely beaten up. Hera's hair is all in a mess. Half of her armor's falling off at this point. She's covered in this gold. Zeus looks way worse for wear. You saw him in the vision. He looks about 10 times worse than that. He looks like he's almost on the brink of death. Where Kronos is covered in black and gold and even more bindings trying to bring him down. There are weapons that are stuck into him that have just been left at this point. But you see all of that. But you go over and there's a wall that Hera's specifically not looking at. And it is a wall with a victory. But you see that there's piles of these bodies that are the Titans that seem to be, there's a red hand that looks like glowing magma that grabs them and starts pulling them down under the ground. And then the other hand comes up, grabs one, pulls it down. Another one grabs another. These hands just keep appearing, one for each. And Zeus is the only one. Zeus and Poseidon are the only ones that look really, really proud of themselves. While everyone else, you can just see this visual heartbreak of having to fight the Titans that were essentially family. And it's the very last visage of where you can see Kronos being grabbed by 4 separate hands, being pulled apart, and then down into Tartarus. This is one where I'll probably have you make a wisdom save.
God.
What'd you...
I rolled a 6, so that's
Okay.
a 10.
You feel a little sick. You're able to kind of stumble back to the ottoman and sit down, kind of catch your breath. And you just feel this heavy pit in your stomach as you begin to hear, even though you're no longer focusing on that photo, you begin to hear the yells and the screams of the Titans being pulled down, and they are echoing as they're being brought to their eternal hell and their eternal prison.
What are those hands?
Tartarus.
That was the whole thing?
It's enough to remind myself.
Why
There's
do you
10
keep these here?
Because I know if I become anywhere close to those things, the Titans, that is what will happen to me. It's a good way to make sure all the power doesn't go to my head. And also, 10 years worth. It's definitely something that I need to remind myself that I did. Some things for the better. Some things in in remembrance.
It was disgusting.
No.
I think I need to get some air. And he's gonna push himself off the long couch and just stumble a little bit and then walk towards the door and push outside.
Carol will be definitely right there, like before you. She seemed to be prepped and opens the door, closes it behind you. If they're like, she begins to make a pathway to get you outside as quickly as possible and uses a separate set of doors to head outside.
Yeah.
And she'll go ahead, open the doors, and allow you to go first.
And he's gonna step outside and just take a really deep breath. And I think for a little bit, he probably can't look at anything other than his hands and like tan skin that's washed pale by just feeling sick. And also just white knuckling the marble of the railings. And is just looking at that. And then looks up and sees Olympus sort of glittering in the distance. And in general, I don't think that he has any more questions or anything like that. I think that Bastian is going to take some time to gather himself, and unless Hera has anything else that she needs, he is going to get Xerxes and excuse himself from there and go back to the material plane.
So go ahead. The portal closed once you walked through. So pretty much as she sees the situation, she goes, as she's making the portal, like she's drawing it with her hand, she goes, "Thank you for trusting me, and I'm sorry."
Just gotta step through the portal.
Yeah. No problem. We're gonna go ahead and cut there for a second.
Damn,
A
dog.
whole second.
Damn, dog.
My
Oh,
That was
dog.
heavy.
Ooh.
Shit.
That was war.
Okay, first I gotta ask, is everyone okay?
I'm good.
I'm
vibing.
Gucci. I'm vibing.
Okay. As long as you're actually good. It was very heavy. So. Sloan, you okay?
I'm just thinking about I'm just trying to like think about what Bastian's doing right now. Don't mind me. Keep going.
Screaming
cool.
internally. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna jump. Kazimir did feel some familiarity.
Uh-huh.
Go get the boys.
Yeah, let's gather
Boy
let's
and
gather the
girls.
gang. Huh?
I said the boy and two girls.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just walking through. The town is very friendly as always, kind of like everyone giving you a wave. or
Oh,
a nod.
did Melaena want to come?
Melaena is still in the
In
still in
Nick's
the dream
land?
state. Mm-hmm. That,
Okay. I thought I'd ask.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So we're gonna go ahead. You walk through town as normal. Everyone's very friendly, saying hello, going through. You are able to get to the gates. The guards give you a look, and they go. One of the guards goes, "That's the one. That's the one that's okay to bring in new people." And the other guard's like,
Yeah, right. You're free to go. Just I know you're only supposed to bring in. Do we know how many? No. I know you're only supposed to bring in a few people, so we will be checking them before you get on back in.
What accent is this?
It's bad.
I think Kaj just kind of looks the guard up and down like, all right, bud.
Just doing your job.
Yeah.
He's an overachiever. So you're able to go through. You see that there's been a small setup on the borderline kind of around the side of Endios, where the carriage is set up, but it's like kind of covering like an RV.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a little covered space. It's connected to the walls of Endios. Hiding in the shaded area, or in at least the most shaded area plausible here. And you see Finley throwing a stick. Leto's getting it. And then coming on back. But barely. And as soon as you're rounding the corner, Leto just swerves and begins to bolt at you. And I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay,
Tokyo
great.
drifting. Tokyo drifting.
I have advantage on this because I'm a barbarian. I remember.
If this dog takes you down, whatever.
Well,
Dangerous
I'm
sense.
glad I got advantage because one was a nat one. That's for a dex save, right?
Uh-huh.
That's a 23.
This dog is very excited to see you. And as you know, she wiggles a lot when she's happy, so she's not able to get like a very good bearing on where she's supposed to be. So when she jumps at you, you're very easily able to catch her. And she drops the stick. She begins to lick you, and she's just super excited for you to be there, and like whimpering, super happy.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I think Kaj just takes her in his arms. He's laughing a little bit, letting her get all the kisses in. And I think just kind of like very playfully like pushes her off of him in like a very like wrestling teasing sort of way. Is just kind of giving her little bits of encouragement and giving the scritchies on the butt.
Yeah, no, she's so happy to be there. She's spinning in circles, doing turns, and then you hear a very familiar Kazimir, and Finley starts booking it, and then you hear a Jockness is just sitting on top of the carriage, having a good time. He's just like, finger gunning. Finley runs over. She goes to jump into your arms. There's no dexterity needed because she weighs like
she weighs like 3 pounds, right?
Yeah, she's like a rag doll. So she just jumps to give you a hug. At this point, she maybe hits like your thigh, I guess, when she like is hugging you because she jumped. But no, she gives you a hug, and she's just like, "How are you? How is it in there? Is it great?"
It's we ran into some complications, but very productive. Very productive. How you've been practicing with Leto?
Yes. Leto now understands a new command.
Really?
Just like Hercules fucking getting depth in the face.
Damn. Get fucked.
You okay?
I fucking knocked my chin.
Monster.
She now fully understands sick 'em and get 'em, which are two different things.
What is the differentiation?
Well, sick 'em is to attack them. Get 'em means to bring them back.
Oh. That's very good.
Thanks.
Good job.
I was trying. I am not very good at this though. And she pulls out the stick that she was like working with for attacking.
Mm-hmm.
See, there's a little part of the top that's broken, kind of hanging by a little thread.
But shows you've been working.
I've been trying. Have you been safe? Are you getting enough to eat in there? Are they nice?
We should probably get Dragnos over here before I speak any more on that. Dragnos, hey! Come on over.
And he'll just kind of hop down, light jog over.
Alright, so the rest of the crew is inside the city. You've been granted access. We are currently staying with the head of state of this city, who is a vampire, who is also romantically involved with the Viper Queen. We have struck a deal to have this person who's named for UN join us on our journey towards Helsinki.
The vampire?
The
vampire?
What about him?
He's a vampire?
Yes.
He's going to be going with us?
It was not my decision.
Okay.
Okay. It is indeterminate right now, but that is his goal and some other people's goal. I think Bastian is pretty dead set on it for other reasons. But we need to see if he's actually going to be, compatible, if he's built for an adventuring lifestyle, if there's any sort of clashes between you all and for UN, or if for UN ends up not being very cooperative, then we will not be bringing him. I do not think.
I'm going to keep my mouth shut because that is a vampire. So we will be a-okay.
You can speak your mind though.
No.
Right now.
No. He's gonna go walk over to the cart and begin to pack it back up. A vampire? I wonder. I think we'll be okay, right?
Part of how this he is sort of a boss of a clique of blood nymphs. They operate throughout the city. It's sort of like a drug, from what I remember and what some of us experienced. Very strange. Honestly, do not understand it a lot, but we were dealing with another vampire blood nymph higher up. It was not worth our time.
Okay. That's a lot of information.
It is. It's been a very, very long. That's the main plot.
Okay. Well, I am excited to meet him. I gotta go get covered up though, so then they don't see snakes.
Oh, right. I completely forgot.
He's She looks really happy when you say that.
Yeah, probably go cover up. Don't want to alarm anyone in the city. But it will be something that we'll have to consider as you interact with him, especially. If the Ragnos will be, if you are going to be compatible with him, and hopefully we won't run into any problems, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna go get ready. It should only take us a couple minutes, and then we can go. And then we can meet him, and hopefully he's really nice. So I am going to we'll be back. And then she's going to go run over and begin to help packing. There really wasn't a whole lot unpacked. But you see her pull over like a longer shirt. And you see her use 2 headdresses, like a cowl and her headdress. So she has her little cheesecloth over her eyes, or a bandana over her eyes, so she's mostly covered at this point. I give it about 6 minutes and they're all done. They begin to come around, and the guard, who has an accent from an unknown horrible place, looks over Drachnos and tells him that he needs to see his wrist and his neck to make sure that he hasn't been bitten. He retorts with something about how that's how he likes it, and then the guard looks very confused. He's cleared. Leto comes up like she's supposed to be next, and they're like, that's a dog. Okay. So.
Dogs can't be vampires? What the fuck?
Well, that's
Security
literally
is
what
terrible.
it's gonna be like. Oh, that dog's a vampire. Right, I need to see his wrist and his. It's a dog.
I just imagine she like sits and does like the one paw thing. Like she's like gonna shake. Yeah.
She's very confused when there's no tree. But she's like, okay, that's fine. And she keeps going. Finley is extremely nervous as she goes up, but you see that she has a lot covered. So like her gray skin, with all the covering she has, looks more like she's like a drier drow, I guess. Like, you know, she hasn't used moisturizer.
They're in the desert, you know.
Yeah, it's fine. And then they check her neck. And he's like, all right, you clear? And he goes over to the guards like, that girl's got maracas or something. I just hear this rattling. He's like, like the other guard just looks so done being there. And then he's like, and he looks up to Kadri. He's like, all right, I guess you're free to go. Enjoy your time.
I'll try.
Just keeps a very like stoic, mean mug as he strides back in. Kind of just motions to everybody to follow.
Yeah, I'm going to get us to a last point, and then we'll go ahead and end for the night.
Cool.
You're able to get them into the tower. Finley definitely rides on Leto's back on the way up the stairs, because there's no way that little thing could climb all those stairs.
No way. No.
You get up to the banquet hall. Drachnos immediately sees fruit, goes for it. He's fine. He's good. He's fed. Finley is just taking everything in. And then, like, you can kind of show her everything. She immediately goes into the library and begins to try to find like a fairy tale book or something really easier to read. Everyone's going to get a similar feeling. Melaena has just woken up from how you're feeling. You have a second to breathe, And when you sit up, you feel the same thing that everyone's going to feel. You hear, all of you hear a whistling, like a wind whistling in your ear. And you begin to see little leaves kind of running past your vision. And you begin to feel the wind pull more and more around you as this wind is just circling you. Leaves and other brush, little plants are just kind of circling around it. And you feel pulled down into the ground.
What?
And where you appear, you are beside your other party members. The place you appear in, you all kind of fall onto your butts and just like don't have your grounding. Bastian, you had just gotten back. You have a second to breathe. You have Xerxes in your arms. You fall. You hear a brat and fall down. This area is extremely humid. Like there's a lot of moisture in the air, which is a big shock after being in the desert for so long. But it's not warm, it's more cool. As you begin to look around, you see you're in a cave-like area. Begin to hear drops of water. And you see right in front of you, there is this little carve out in the cave, and there is a kind of sunlight coming from the other room. What do you want to do?
What the hell?
Did one of you do this?
Yeah, sorry for the sudden summoning. I went to speak to Hera, and she got us a meeting with Gaia. I think that's why we're here.
These two came through. Mine came up at the dead end.
Is a certain fairy dragon with us?
Ooh.
Where's that? Spicy.
Na, 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 na.
About 3 seconds later, where's Enigma? Like there's a and there's just a smack as you see the fairy dragon kind of bounce and roll and just kind of falls in front of you guys and goes, "Let's do it again."
Okay.
Do you recognize where we are, Enigma?
No,
Do I recognize where we are?
you do not from where you are at right now.
Okay.
Wait. No, I don't. But she's trying.
You bitch.
Well, maybe you will.
Let's go, I guess.
I mean, we're here for a reason, so let's move forward.
Yes, let's go. I'm gonna walk forward into the cave.
You're actually walking out of the cave.
Whoops.
Oh, we're in the cave? I thought we were.
You're in the cave, and you
walk
see
out of the
sunlight.
cave to
Yeah.
the sunlight.
Yes.
Son.
And when you go out, you see the most luscious, beautiful forest you've ever seen. Bastian, this absolutely looks like something you've seen before. And Enigma just kind of perches onto eeny, meeny, miny Melaena's shoulder. And just kind of perches there. Goes, "It's nice. It's really nice here. Why are we here?"
I've been here before. In your memories.
Oh,
We're here to talk to Gaia. Hello?
You begin to call, and then you see, like there is a very large tree in the middle of where you are. You begin to see things pulling apart, almost to make a walkway for you. Trees are bending back, bushes are pulling in on itself. You see flowers kind of make, like move over to make sure they're not stepped on, but so you can walk through. And there is a clear path that is leading forward. When you look up, there is a perfect, beautiful sky. The temperature here is a very comfortable, like you feel perfect in what you're wearing right now to be where you're at. It's great. It smells heavily of flora, and you do see there are little animals running around. You see a couple deer. You see a lot of hummingbirds. Definitely a lot of birds, forest animals. But there is a clear path leading forward towards that huge tree.
We walk, I guess.
Yeah.
Very
If
easily.
everyone else is walking.
Try not to step on too many
I
fire.
go
like,
back the way we came from. I stay in the cave for the next episode.
Perfect. That sounds like a Kashmir thing.
Yeah.
No, you're very easily able to walk. Ragna trying to watch his steps. They're already being watched for you. Flowers are moving to make sure that they're out of your way.
I try to
It's
step
like
on
an
them.
oops, pardon, oops, my bad, oops, I'm sorry. Like, you know,
Just get crossed over by a dandelion, you just trip and fall. You're like, oh fuck.
fucking Minnesota.
Break your
flower.
ankles.
I'm sorry.
Break my ankles.
Didn't see you there.
Oh, little foxglove.
You're very easily able to walk forward, and you see there's a circular area where all of the trees and main flowers, plants stop. It's mostly grass. About 30 feet into that, you see there is a ring of water that has this golden glisten to it. The water is about 50 feet wide, but circular. And in the middle is this huge tree with apples and other fruits that are golden all around it.
Oh shit!
Oh,
Where's
shit.
the dragon?
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit!
And you see, you're not sure where to look, but from where the tree is, you see a figure walk out.
No!
Ooh, Depth noticed something. I love it. What does Depth know?
I think it's the same thing I thought.
Okay.
The dragon that guards the fucking tree?
Uh-huh.
You see a
Enigma
woman walk
turns
out.
on us and eats our faces.
You see a woman walk out, more silhouetted at this point. But you see that her hair is connecting to the tree itself and begins to lengthen as she walks further and walks on the water over to you guys. And you see a woman who expands, stretches out, standing at about 75 feet tall.
Holy shit.
Oh man.
Oh
see-
my. That's a
you see-
tall lady.
She's huge. You see a woman who kneels down to try to be a bit closer to everyone else's height. She's wearing very light linen garments. Mostly it looks like a formality. She's kind of pulling on it a little as she doesn't seem to be used to this. Very thin though. Her hair is continuously waving. Her hair is connecting to this tree and has the same kind of brush, but also the same type of fruits growing from her hair. And she has the kindest smile. She has little fine lines on her cheeks and on her eyes and big smile lines. This woman doesn't look to be over 30. Her eyes, very soft, seem to spin. Her irises seem to spin like a globe itself.
Do they stay at the front of her eye, or do they like?
So it's slowly spinning. So like you see different blues and greens and browns.
Okay.
No, that's why I have to.
When you said her eyes were spinning, I.
Let's go. It's just her iris is slowly spinning, so it's different. Every cup, like as it's continuously going.
Yes, but you can see it's always at the front of the eyeball.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah. No, her eyes are fine. It's her irises that are spinning. And then she'll lean down, and you hear a soft, almost lullaby type voice. My children. Hello.
Not me, bitch.
And we are going to stop there.
Does she look like the woman that I saw in?
She looks similar, but she does not look exactly like the woman.
What the fuck is going on?
I think I know who Enigma's mom is.
What the fuck is going on? Who is in Enigma's brain?
You guessed the Gaia part. I'm very proud of you. Of all of you.
That was all depth
Enigma
doing
is
the footwork on that.
the dragon.
But did Gaia have a kid? I mean,
Gaia
like a
had many
specific-
children.
like a specific kid that was like the same as her, who did the same shit.
There were quite a few.
Is
Rhea is the titan of fertility
Yeah.
Rhea?
that married Cronus.
Rhea.
Rhea. R-H-E.
R-H-E-A.
I know. I was making fun. Okay, I was making fun of depth.
Thank you.
What? What did you just say?
Okay. Wait. So Rhea. Okay. So Gaia is a primordial, and Rhea is a titan.
Yes.
But Gaia had many children. Many children.
It couldn't be Rhea because it's not tall enough. Like the person who I saw in the dragon's brain was like 50 something feet tall.
I mean, remember what
Gaia's like 75. The Titans are like 100 to 200.
they changed their forms,
It changes where they can grow and shrink as much as they want
and
to.
they get more powerful with worship. So at
Okay,
that time,
well, I don't know. I just feel like the person who is stuck in the dragon's brain is trapped there. So I don't know.
Or they put themselves there. Who knows?
who knows?
Wow, maybe we'll find out next episode of Tragedy of Theologian next Sunday.
Hey, maybe next episode I'll get my fucking spells. Serenity.
Maybe next episode there will be less trauma.
No.
No.
My poor boy has
We're
seen
talking
war
about
for
the
the
Gaia.
first time.
We're gonna be talking about Gaia for like a lot of it. I don't know that. You might have to wait another episode.
I'm excited. All right. Well, we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna
Call
pop
it.
out. We're gonna leave.
Thank you so much to Soundtail for providing us with the beautiful, beautiful mood.
Thank you, Soundtail.
Thank you for everyone for joining us. We'll be back next Sunday. Follow us on Twitter. You can get lots of cool things there, like clips or I don't know, information.
Art.
Also, on the day before, on this Saturday, I'll be joining Grim Songbird. Grim Songbird. And we're building a Love Domain cleric on her Twitch show, drawing board. So
They're really cool.
It.
if you want to see homebrew content,
Hell yeah.
Grim over there.
Yeet. All right, let's go. I'm so tired.
All right, we're outie. Goodbye, everyone.
Good night.